the sheep, small under the feet. Anything I do, then go talk. My people steady hustle on the stock. Me and Jazzy cruise around in the Porsche. Dr. C got the girls on lock. Hey, mommy me, oh. Father Lord, I beg bless mommy me, oh. And stop enemies to follow me, oh. Baba Loke, no shame to mommy me, oh. Father Lord, I beg bless mommy me, oh. And stop enemies to follow me, oh. Baba Loke, no shame to
I did in a zoo, not to walk on a young game at him, Nobi. What I call a Joby. Say, open a mellow, my hood, the sim Nobi. Now check ya, I didn't popular than the VP. Now my story will start too soon at their BB. Before I could see how we go free me. You open us again, and you cannot be me. I got my city on my back, I'm a cousin upside. Now when they come my show money without a dance track, I'm gonna see it now. Yeah, I got I put a kid on my scene and it's one don't know. I sound him, and yeah, quality time. And say, I watch him Rolex, and that's quality time.
Alakori, alakoko, show my family, show my laptop, timpakbewa, show my kako, show my money problem, pelu boys, tabaja kapada, pasalo Canada. If I travel today, give my baila baba. I'm a man, I'm a brother man, only any problem. Baby show up, show me the making call. You your money problem. Melanin, popping, baby, me show it da. Baby, such I give you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Future Africa Investor Summit and Accelerate Africa Demo Day. Welcome your host, founder, Voices and Faces Communication, Temi Batru.
Welcome to the Accelerate, welcome to the Future Africa Investor Summit and Accelerate Africa Demo Day. You know, I was just thinking to myself that what started as a dream to have an indigenous accelerator program for Africans and by Africans. And to build this ecosystem in Africa has today become a reality. And that's why we're here today. So I'd like to say welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the event. A round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, a round of applause for all our guests who are joining in virtually as well. As we begin, we'd like to start off with the national anthem. So may I ask, ladies and gentlemen, that we please rise as we sing the national anthem. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so I know that it's just a few days old, but we're going to be singing the new national anthem, Nigeria We Hail Thee. Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. Nigeria will be blessed. Ladies and gentlemen, before you take your seat, we'd like to take the national prayer. This time around, we're going to be reciting the national prayer, O God of creation. So, please let's recite together. It's going to be projected on the screen, and we can recite the national prayer. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you very much. Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to warmly welcome you to the 2024 Future Africa Investor Summit and Accelerate Africa Demo Day. It's such a pleasure to see that people have come in from different parts of the world to be a part of this. It's such a beautiful thing to see people from different places represented here. I'd like to specially recognize our virtual audience, those who are joining us from different parts of the world. Particularly, as I speak, we're having a watch party with participants joining in from different places. I'd like to ask us, ladies and gentlemen, invite you to please celebrate the people who are joining in from different parts of the world. From Accra, from Kenya, from the UK, from London. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Later on, in the course of this event, we'd love to feature the distinguished delegates who are joining in from different parts of the world. So please be in touch, stay with us, go ahead as the event goes on, and we'd like to hear from you sometime during the event. Now, just let me give you a snippet as to what is coming. But before I do that, I do feel that people have a sense of, oh, I'm attending an event. It's such a serious function, and it is. But we would also like to ensure that you are relaxed and you have a wonderful event. So we'll take a very quick exercise, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to please look around to the person that is sitting by your side. Look around to the people around you. Give them a warm smile. If nobody is by your side, please look backwards to the person at your back. Give them a warm smile and tell them, welcome to the Investor Summit and Demo Day Conference. Now, if the person by your side is smiling, then you should be doing a double smile. I see smiling faces all over this place. Welcome. All right. So coming up today, just to give us a sense of what's going to happen today, we have the privilege of listening to insightful panel discussions. We have about 5 of them. Afterwards, or during this time, we would also have the opportunity of listening to pitches from some of the most brilliant minds in Africa. 10 pitches, powerful. You know, I'm so sure that we all want to listen to them as startup founders pitch their brilliant ideas. And we'll have the opportunities to connect. I believe that has started already with a little icebreaker and with breakfast this morning. So we'll have the opportunity to connect, you know, over lunch, over cocktail that's coming later on. So don't be in a hurry to run away. We have opportunities to connect, to network. It's truly a packed day. Just some housekeeping guidelines, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we go on with the event. Housekeeping guidelines. If you're an investor, you already received an email with login credentials last night. Please take a moment to bring out your mobile devices to take a look at your email, to see this email that has been sent to you, perhaps even your spam, just find this email for the investors and click the link in the email, click the link, it will take you to the portal and enter in the details sent to you, the password. Now, what that would enable you to do is that you'll be able to connect with the founders who are pitching as they go on. You'll be able to send a message to them, to book a one-on-one session, and possibly a virtual session later on. So please, let's do that now. Bring out your mobile devices, look for the email if you've not seen it, find it, and click on the details there, click on the link, go onto the portal, and let the networking begin. Ladies and gentlemen, quick question I'd like to ask you. I can hear the people in here. I'm hoping that the people who are joining online also have great feedback being typed or being written somewhere. Are you ready for a power-packed day? It looks like the energy is quite low, We need to bring it up a bit. Are you ready for 10 panel discussions, 10 brilliant pitches that would blow you away? Are you ready for an exciting time? Are you ready for billion-dollar panel discussions? Are you ready? All right, now we're getting started. So with that, I'll say once again, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for joining us at this conference. We're so honored to have you join us. Now, if you'd like to use the restroom sometime, for those who are joining in physically, please walk to the exit of this hall, the one just opposite the stage, and turn to your right. The convenience is there, and our ushers are also happy to guide you if you have further questions or if you need to be familiar with any part of the hall. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce the leadership team of Accelerate Africa. And I'm going to introduce them in an alphabetical order. So ladies and gentlemen, please, as I mentioned their name, I invite you to be generous with your applause as they rise and take a bow. So let's start with Madam Chinyere Iyang, partner, head of platform at Future Africa, and head of programs and operations at Accelerate Africa. Amazing. I love the energy now. All right. The next person I'd like to celebrate today is the managing partner, Future Africa, and co-founder, Accelerate Africa, Madam Kimani. Lovely. We also have today on the leadership team, a venture partner at Accelerate Africa, former CPO at Typeform and Calendly, former head of product and Twitter, and so on and so forth. Please welcome Mr. Oji Udezwe. A round of applause as he takes a bow. All right. Coming to the founding partner, Future Africa, and co-founder of Accelerate Africa. Please celebrate Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji. And so I decided, you probably have noticed that I broke the alphabetical order a little bit because I'm going to be inviting Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji to give the welcome address. With that generous applause, ladies and gentlemen, in here or online, please welcome Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji for the address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. We're very grateful to have you. I'm not going to be up here more than a few minutes, but I wanted to share a few thoughts just to set context on what we're about to experience today. When many months ago, we received a mandate from our very good friends, the people of the United States via the State Department, to work on accelerating, which is what we already do, the pace of investments of US companies into Africa. We started out in a very modest way because we understood very well our limitations. This is something that you're taught to do as an African. And we thought, realistically, the best way to get money into African companies is to position them in front of American investors. And it was in the boom times. We had a fantastic, high record investment flow coming in from the United States. And our best idea was, let's build a pre-accelerator program. So we're going to help the best startups that we can find to be able to get into Y Combinator and Techstars. That was our best idea. And we started on that journey with our Accelerate Africa Class 0. There are quite a number of them that might be in the hall today. And unfortunately for us, the market turned. All of a sudden, the amazing investors who were very happy to welcome us, all of a sudden shut their doors and told us that our startups were no longer welcome in the accelerators. And what a lot of people would have done is to start hand-wringing, to start to say, well, looks like this bull run is over. Looks like the dream is done and it's time for us to pack it in. But not the Accelerate Africa and Future Africa teams. We decided to find our own path by actually building an accelerator program that can rival the best in the world. And that's what you're about to experience. This is us setting a new dawn for investment in Africa by declaring our independence from Silicon Valley and telling the whole world that Africa has finally come of age. In this room and around the world, we have the best of our diaspora listening in to 10 companies from across Africa who are some of the best companies that we've seen. And they're going to tell you, 6 of them from Nigeria, 2 of them from Kenya, 1 of them from Eswatini, and the last from Egypt. And they're going to tell you about local problems. Problems that you and I understand deeply. Not problems that Silicon Valley has and they're looking for somebody to acquire to solve. Not problems that Silicon Valley investors are going to be excited about, perhaps. But problems that you and I understand deeply. And I truly hope that we take the opportunity and we spend the time to deeply understand that these are the seeds of the next generation of billion-dollar companies that will come from these parts. Companies that are for us and by us, but built to be global from day one. And so without any further ado, I want to end so that we can proceed the program by appreciating the incredible team that has put this together. Many of them have been recognized. However, I do want all the members of the Accelerate and Future Africa teams to please stand in whatever capacity so we can applaud them. Including the startups, because you're part of the team. Including the Accelerate Africa startups. Please applaud these ladies and gentlemen, because it is their bravery that has made all of this possible. Thank you. You may sit. And we also want to thank our advisors who played such a critical role in pulling all of this together. Please, if you're an advisor that's in the room, you can stand as well, because I noticed some of you did not stand. Thank you. And wherever you are all over the world, June, I see you in London, and so many, you may sit. But even in this very somber moment, we also want to recognize those members of our team, past and present, that have made this possible, because even some of our team members past contributed to this vision. And one of them, unfortunately, we received news past this week. And so we'd like to have a minute of silence for our Future Africa alumni, Mr. Damilare Balogun Kuku, who passed this week. So a minute of silence for him. Please, may we rise to recognize this gentleman. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. May sit. And so, without further ado, I will welcome back our dear host, the amazing Mrs. Badru, to set us off on this program. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. All right, if I won't be too much of a bother and an Oliver Twist, I would have said yes. Please, if you could please just wait behind, because you're still going to hear from him in the next session. So the next session, ladies and gentlemen, is a fireside chat focused on the future. And I'd like to invite the moderator for this session to join him for this fireside chat. I hope that we are still in high spirits and still generous with our applause as I welcome to the stage Mr. Tej Kene Okafor, a tech journalist at TechCrunch.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning now.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm Tej Kene Okafor, African journalist for TechCrunch. Nice to be here, and thanks for having me. With me, he doesn't need any introduction, but we have E here, so we can give him a round of applause, please. All right. So today, our first, panel discussion of Fireside Chat is, how did we get here? A perspective on the market, the macros, and launching an accelerator. So, first question. We heard your speech and why or how Accelerate Africa came to be, but can we get a bit more perspective on the why? First of all,
Absolutely.
so like a backstory of starting Accelerate Africa.
Yes. So everybody that knows me knows I've always said the YC of Africa is YC. That is sort of my standard line. Whenever anybody tells me, oh, I'm going to an accelerator, I say, look, don't waste your time. The YC of Africa is YC. Let me spend time helping you prepare your pitch, and then you can go to YC. Because ultimately, the job of an accelerator is to accelerate you, and they're only going to be able to do it in a couple of ways. The most popular way is to give you access to investors. YC Techstars, you're sitting in front of thousands of investors, and that's what makes sense, right? Even if you don't get anything else from the experience, you do have access to those investors. Unfortunately, times have changed, in good and bad ways. In good ways, the ecosystem has matured, and very different from when we started going to YC in 2015. I think the local investment ecosystem has truly matured, and there's a lot more local investors than we used to have. But also, on the other hand, the end of a zero interest rate environment has meant that quite a number of investors have pulled back to yield models and investment targets that they fully understand. And that means that investing in Africa might be a bit too exotic. And so what that has meant for us is, well, we have two options as a community. Option number one is to imagine that, well, this is what has happened, and we're going to throw up our sleeves and go beg everybody else. That has been done before, right? And hope that the DFIs and the philanthropists come and fill in the void. Or maybe this time we can actually take a bold step of faith on our own and build our own capital stack. And I think that's what this is about. It starts with a pipeline of incredible companies that the ecosystem has access to. And then it builds up from there. And I can say this confidently because I was there when YC was getting built in 2007, 2008. I actually watched it happen. I was in Silicon Valley. I was in my second year of school, but I was in Silicon Valley at the time, spending my holidays there. And I watched them build from a dinner table in Paul Graham's house with a few startups. I remember I had a friend of mine, Eric Mikogovsky, who was in the Velocity residents go to Silicon Valley. He ended up building Pebble, which at the time was this incredible Apple Watch before its time. And I watched them build and grow and become what they are today. And I think to myself, it's possible for us to do it here. There's no reason why we can't.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. However, thinking about the current macro conditions affecting startups and venture capital, and we know all these things happen in cycles, right? So there's a bull run, there's, a downturn, it goes up and down. And we've seen retreat from US investors, from, from European investors, right? From foreign investors in general. And what if they were to come back? Say, for instance, interest rates are good, and all of a sudden there's a newfound interest in African startups. How will Accelerate Africa compete? Because think about it this way, YC has raised a lot of money, right? Yeah. Techstars, the same thing. And, Accelerate is with the grant, about 700 or so.
Yeah, with nothing, literally.
So, what should founders optimize for is what's Accelerate Africa providing to them enough to withstand a comeback from YC and Techstars?
That's a great question. We're a very different kind of accelerator. So, for example, we don't offer any investment deal like YC does. That might change in the future, but right now we don't. It's actually an equity-free accelerator, which also means that we don't invest until after. We're actually leaning on those of you in the audience here and elsewhere to do the investing. So we're not competing on funding. So the fact that we have spent very little money comparative to YC and Techstars is not going to be our competitive advantage to startups. If you're looking for somebody who can give you money, maybe Accelerate Africa will not be the most competitive offer that you have. However, what we're really good at is our ability to bring together the local community in the market where we've spent a decade operating and put you on a ramp to $1 million in revenue. I don't think anybody can do it better than we can. And somehow, I feel like even in a post-interest rate environment, global investors will value that. They would value the guy who can get the CEO of Sterling Bank to have a conversation with you. They'll value the person who can get some of our trusted advisors to have conversations with you. I think that startups in this environment understand that funding will come and go, but revenue remains forever. So I think they want to build more sustainable businesses, and maybe not all of them, but the ones that we definitely want to work with are the ones who do. And we think that that will put us a little bit above those whose primary competitive advantage is their ability to deploy capital to you.
Okay, but the end game of VC, for instance, is to make returns, right? Probably to exit or to go public. And somehow we've all been accustomed to the Silicon Valley style of doing things where, there's pre-seed, seed, Series A, and investors keep pumping money, right? While other investors, add to the stock. That means funding is important. You invite, say, local HNIs or, institutions, right, to actually back the startups, because there is not a lot of that going on for, African startups or Nigerian startups at the moment.
Precisely. I mean, you literally read my mind. That's the vision. The vision is that we want to be the accelerator that prioritizes local capital over Silicon Valley capital, which means that we have a tight partnership with the local corporates. It means, and many of them are going to be here later today, these are some of our partners. As the startups will tell you, during the program, we had a lot of these large companies show up at our tiny apartment in Yaba for fireside chats. We have many of these companies, many of these, they're top people providing advice to our startups. We're working actively with them to build exit paths. and solve problems that they actually have, not problems that Silicon Valley has. But I think more interestingly, the market is going to change in a significant way in one respect. This is a prediction. And I think that, you know, the raising rounds forever model, I think will become trite, and a lot of founders will have PTSD from being left at the altar in this time. And they're going to ask themselves, do I want to build a business that's sustainable, or do I want to build a business where I'm literally at the mercy of the funding environment? And I think many of them will choose the former. And what that would look like is companies get significant funding between now and Series A. And at Series A, they have a decision to make. Am I going to get in bed with a global VC, right, who has the power and the ability to fund me irrespective of market trends and conditions? Or might I as well just go public in my local markets, build a very profitable business, and grow organically over a period of time? And I think that's going to be the big divide. And I think something that would accentuate that divide is that you've got a lot of investors in Africa who, on the back of the last boom, have now raised about $1 billion in capital. But they're waiting for startups at Series A. And they're going to be forced 3 years from now to deploy that capital. And that's when the madness starts. And you're literally going to have founders that are smart be able to choose, because they've built sustainable businesses that are growing very fast between these three options, and force them to compete. Where I say to myself, well, if I can't get, you know, my baseline is the stock market. If I go on the stock market, Nigerian pension funds have 16 trillion naira that they're looking to deploy. That money is right there sitting down looking for yield. Then you're going to have the African VCs who have $1 billion to deploy and are looking also for companies that have scale and profits and all of that. And then you're going to have the global behemoths who are looking for even better performing companies and are looking again for good performers, financially strong, etc. So if you're a startup founder today, what you want to optimize for is building a fast-growing, profitable business above everything else. Because painful as it might sound today, it's the choice that gives you the most options at the end of the day.
Okay, so you mentioned, you know, startups going public, right, in local markets, but we've not seen enough precedents for that to believe that it will happen, right? So we have InterSwitch, we have Flutterwave that have stayed long, like being private for 6 to 10 years, and they're weighing options of, okay, either listing in Nigeria or listing in the US. So, you know, should founders feel pressure to, you know, list in local markets when they can stay private by accepting foreign capital?
Well, the question is, where is the foreign capital? Is it truly there? Because if the foreign capital isn't there, then you have no choice but to find a way to release valve on liquidity. And the only way to do that is through local stock markets where the pension funds are waiting. You're right, we haven't seen a big listing, but we've seen evidence that the market is hungry for technology products. I mean, you look at an MTN become $1 trillion company literally overnight. You look at Chams being valued at 22, like startup multiples, even though they've been around for 25 years. The market is literally screaming for anything that is like even slightly digital and makes just enough profit to pay them dividends. So I think that entire thing is going to change. Also, if you look at other markets like India in particular, you can already see the huge shift to tech and technology-driven companies and products. So I think there's no question that that's going to happen here.
So how do startups, you know, because now VCs are saying they should stay profitable longer, they should stay profitable and, or, you know, try to stay alive. And also there is the other set of VCs that are actually optimizing, wanting startups to optimize for growth. So how do they balance this in a way that, you know, they remain attractive to investors that want growth versus profitability, which is important for their own survival?
I think there's a thin line between those two philosophies, which I call profitable growth. And that means that you have to pay particular attention to your unit economics as a startup. And that typically means that, in Africa, we know that retail is a very expensive way to grow. And I think that what's going to happen is a lot more startups are going to see the wisdom of partnering with corporates who are also hungry for profitable growth. It's their lifestyle, right? And you're going to see a lot more close partnerships as a result of that need for profitable growth. And that will be what makes accelerators like us extremely helpful, because we can make those types of partnership happen. Maybe later on when the companies are talking, they all have interesting stories of, showing up to accelerator without a partnership, without a credible path to $1 million in revenue. And many of them are leaving the accelerator today with very, very credible paths to $1 million in revenue. And I think that's why we want to focus there, because we think that's really the secret unlock. How can we reduce your cost of acquiring users by giving you the ability to partner with a big platform while enabling you to grow profitably over the long term?
All right. And how would you say the current macros will affect, startups from Accelerate Africa, in the sense that we've seen, FDIs leaving the country due to what's happening, right? And we have lower spending power as a people, and everything's, not going according to plan for startups, right? In the sense that they raise money in dollars and the revenues in naira are depleting. So what kind of, and the partnerships with the corporates are also being affected, right, by the current macros. So it's a zero-sum game, right? And it's, I think personally, how, as a startup founder, right, how do I grow in such an environment where, okay, I don't have access to enough funding, but I'm leveraging the expertise of the corporates, partnering with them, right? But at the same time, the market I'm targeting isn't attractive enough at the moment.
I think one big misconception we've inherited over the last few years is this belief that investments are what deliver value. And the truth is, that's not how it works. In actual fact, value is what delivers the investment. And so when FDI is leaving, that's really good news for startups.
Really?
Yeah, because what it means is that the FDI is leaving and creating a gap where you can provide value, which then attracts the capital back.
But they are leaving for a reason, right? And, as a startup, trying to fill in those boots when you have less money to scale or spend to acquire customers, isn't that harmful to them?
Well, you don't need money to acquire customers. You need value to acquire customers. And I'll tell you, my own personal story has been every time the market said FDI is leaving has been exactly when we started the companies that have become the household names today. People just catch on 3 years later, and I'm happy to wait for them. In 2014, we started Andela literally in the middle of Ebola, and inspired by a stampede that happened in a stadium where 60,000 young people showed up to be employed into immigration service, and a few of them died because there was a stampede. That was literally when we started. So if you think about the perfect picture of FDI, that was not the picture. When we started Flutterwave at the time when the Buhari government said banks have to now hand over all government deposits to the central bank, right? And literally, a ton of money was leaving the banking sector. That was when we started Flutterwave. Now, you know the secret. Those banks and those employees were only willing to talk to us because they needed value. There was no more fat to cushion the realities of a market. And that's how it feels right now. There's no exchange rate fat. There's no energy fat with subsidies. There's no, there's no food inflation fat with palliatives. You know what I mean? Now everything is about value. It's value for value. And even as corporations feel the pinch, If somebody is able to deliver value to them, that person, no matter who you are, now it doesn't matter whose father you are, now it doesn't matter, because they can't afford anymore to deal on the basis of what they're used to, which is relationships and nepotism and all that. Now it's about, are you going to deliver the value or not? Because it doesn't matter who you are. If I can get more profit by working with you, you're welcome to get the contract. And that's how we have to think. This is an incredible time for investors. And I think when the FDI comes back, they would pay us for taking risk. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want that $1 billion that's sitting at Series A, that's my exit. It's right there waiting for me. And I just need a few of these companies to scale to the point where, undeniably, that $1 billion will come in to foil their businesses one way or the other, and will give us an opportunity, and investors in this room who invest, an opportunity to get their exits.
All right, thanks for that. One more question. So in the past, we've seen, CC Hub, Accelerator, Idea Hub, and all that. And for me, when I think about like the biggest names, right, in the biggest startups, right, in Nigeria and Africa, most of them didn't launch from accelerators, right? Bar, Flutterwave, for instance, or Paystack from YC, right? You have, other companies like, Jumia, Andela, Yoko, and all that. Fair Money, Kuda, and the likes. They didn't launch from accelerators, right? So my question is, do startups really in this climb really need accelerators? Unlike in the US or Europe, where we've seen accelerators play a big part in launching those companies?
Well, this very quickly. This was one of our biggest worries in starting an accelerator. And I say it often that we did not want to do an accelerator because we felt that there was a real
Excellent. A round of applause for E, please. I hope that was insightful enough for us. Do we have time for questions? No? Wow. Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick photographs. over 750 applications. Please, they deserve a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over 750 applications only within a 4-week period. These 10 startups have emerged as the final 10, and they've gone through an 8-week acceleration program. So we're going to hear their experiences, and I'm going to invite the moderator to please come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Managing Partner, Future Africa, and Co-Founder, Accelerate Africa. Please welcome Madam Mia Kimani. A round of applause. All the way from Kenya. I was hoping that would get you to clap louder. All right. I'd like to invite the panelists now, mention their name very quickly, and invite you to clap without any breaks. Please welcome Madam Amanda Etuk, CEO, Messenger. Please welcome. All right, please welcome Mr. Camille Sawyer, Partner, Solera at Settle. Ladies and gentlemen, invite with me Mr. Mwenda Mugendi, CEO, Ag Rails. On this panel, we also have Mr. Remy Dada, CEO, Space Finish and Campus. I mean, from the ovation, I think he brought a few fans in here who are screaming at the back for him. Oh, wow, he did bring his fans. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, last but definitely not the least, Ms. Sandile Diamini. Mr. Sandile Diamini, CEO, Juice Me.
Thanks, everyone. Can you guys hear as well? Yeah? Great. My name is Mia, Future Africa's managing partner, and he talked a lot about the program, right? We embarked here in Lagos, everybody in person, on April 1st. It was no April Fool's joke, quite the contrary. We embarked on an 8-week program, with the finale being today. We focused on 5 areas: storytelling, team building, product development, business development, go-to-market, and fundraising, and many, many more. All our 10 startups worked incredibly hard over the 8 weeks, and they made incredible step changes in their business. And now we want to hear from them. How was their experience? How was it really? Did Accelerate Africa live up to their expectations? So I want to start off with Remy here. Remy, you are a pretty well-known founder in this ecosystem. Your company, Space Finish, has designed some of the most beautiful office spaces in Lagos for the likes of Google, Twitter, Facebook. Now, one would think you've seen it all, right? You've gone through it all. So tell us, why with your new company, Campus, you decided to join this accelerator, and did it do anything really to your business?
So thank you. So coming into the program, the very first question I asked myself was, what am I going to learn? What haven't I seen already? But to my surprise, I got to learn a whole bunch. I got to learn from my fellow cohorts with their own unique experiences. I got to learn from the advisors who also had accomplished many things. And I got to change my perspective on what it means to build a more product-based company versus a project-based company. And this has been tremendous for not just me, but me and my team. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Remy. Let's start with storytelling, guys. And this one goes to you, Mwenda, from our joint hometown of Nairobi. Tell us a little bit about what Accelerate did to your story, and what was the impact of it?
Thank you, Mia. So I'm a technical person by nature, an engineer, right? So right, And that works well for me because I understand it very well. But you see, the challenge with that is that the people I'm talking to don't understand that, right? So one of the things that we did at Accelerate Africa is really sort of just strip that down, and learn the art of telling an empathetic, emotional story that moves people and gets people to see the value of what you're trying to do, right? And in the process of doing that, I got to discover myself, right? The art of having courage in the midst of being in front of people, in the midst of telling my story, and the art of really understanding how to be persuasive and sell my message to the masses. Yes.
And tell us a bit more, what's the result of that?
Sorry?
What's the result of you being able to tell the story? Can you give us a few examples?
Yes. I mean, the result of that is, number one, I believe more about myself, right? Got a lot of courage to believe about myself in the midst of everything. Number two, that has resulted in a lot of business uptake. Partners growing the company, raising funding from different investors. So it's sort of a holistic process for me, and it's been a great journey so far. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks so much. And Amanda, you also talked a lot about clarity. Clarity coming to your story, to your product. Tell us a little bit more. How was it for you, this experience?
So it's been great for us at Messenger. So the vision has always been clear, but how to get from where we were to where we're going was a bit hazy. We've always known, the future, but how to get there. And I think that was what Accelerate Africa really did for us. It helped us see how we could get to our first 10,000, 100,000 customers just with proper strategy and management. So that was very beneficial for us.
Awesome. I want to bring in Camille here. Camille, product development is also a big part of Accelerate Africa. Tell us a little bit about your experience, how your product has evolved over time, particularly as Remy as well, you're a second-time founder, having built a pretty scalable business already. So how did it go for you?
Yeah. So as second-time founders, we had probably already undergone this accelerator cycle before. And we were kind of not counting that much on that aspect. We were counting more on the networking, on getting to meet fellow startups, investors. But what happened to us, I think, remarkably in Accelerate Africa, and this is something that has really impacted us, is that we had the chance to meet with people that are experts on the subject, people that have undergone similar situations. And what we started doing is we brought all those dilemmas that we are dealing with in this current stage. Stuff that is not standard, right? Stuff that doesn't have, like, you cannot Google the answer. And they are in product deep questions, at least for us, about do we offer a white label or not? Do we customize to clients? How do we secure the data? How do we respond to all those requests? So these are topics that were deeply concerning us, and we had the chance through the accelerator to talk to other people that went in similar situations, and just to chat, hear their side of the story, and as you said, they helped us also bring more clarity from within, right? So we started to organize our thoughts. And this has been very impactful because, for example, the white labeling issue, we were anti originally, and after 2-3 weeks of different discussions, we actually started adding that and considering that angle. And this is a major shift, I would say, for us. It's a major shift of the potential of the product. It opens up a whole new market for us through partnerships. And I hope that one day I look back on this moment and I say, okay, this has been really, really impactful. So, I mean, just to sum it up, I think what really did an impact on us is to get this kind of opportunity to get tailor-made advice, custom discussions, right? Not something that is in a standard format, not something that I can Google and get a ready-made answer to. And that has been very, very changing for us.
Awesome, thanks so much. And all the way from the north, I want to go all the way to the south and bring Sandile in here. Sandile, how has been your experience? And maybe you can talk a little bit also about the business development side, so we bring in that aspect into the conversation as well.
Thank you. I think one of the things that my colleagues have forgot to mention here is that this experience was brutal. It was brutal but transformative with tangible results. When I came here, I had less than very few, clients back in Eswatini, and I came to a market that I'm not familiar with, Nigeria. But when you work with amazing people who want the best for you, they push you to the far end. People like me, people like OG, my finance advisor, Mr. Iyinoluwa. In the past 8 weeks, I've been able to close a partnership with one of the biggest payroll companies, making me to have access to over 200,000 customers right now. I've been able to close, thank you. I've been able to close a liquidity partner for my business, which makes sure that any day's payday of ₦500 million just in the past 8 weeks alone, and I'm in conversation with many other liquidity partners. So if I have to tell you that this was not brutal, I would be lying to you, but with tangible results.
Awesome. Thanks so much. One more aspect, and then we open it up. Wenda, I want to hear a little bit about the team. How have you worked on building a team and a culture, and what have you learned in Accelerate?
All right, thank you, Mia. So a team is one of the most important aspects for any company out there, and particularly so for startups, right? These are the people that get to make or break a company, and having a cohesive team is one of the best things that you can ever have as a company. Now, I've had a couple of challenges. I was just trying to figure out ways to build this robust team, And one of the things that I really got to be assisted with from Mia, from my advisor at Toyosi, was understanding really how do you build a culture of motivated, driven employees and partners for the company, right? How do you get them engaged? How do you get to reward them? How do you get to inspire them, to do their best work in the company? And the results right now are that we're actually seeing a team, a very nimble team that is actually executing way above their weights. Yeah? They're punching way above their weight, and they're able to execute at a very big scale across the market. And just to give some practical examples, one of the things that we are doing right now is we've signed an ARL of more than $6 million. And this team of 5-6 people are able to really execute at scale across 5 different markets in Africa, which sort of speaks to one of the core things that we've learned on how to build and scale a team. Yeah.
Applause, please. $6 million signed with 5 people in the team. Now, let's talk a little bit about mindset, right? There's topics that we worked on, but what has it done to you? Because one of the most important people in the team is you, right? And your impact on the team and on everybody else. So I'd like to hear from each of you and kind of how this program has changed your mindset from April 1st when you came in to today. Amanda, starting with you.
Okay, I would say that it's been wonderful. So when you believe in yourself, sometimes you could be delusional. You and they're rooting for you and they see you as $1 million company. So even when you doubt yourself, you're like, oh my God, I can't let these people down. And we're the first cohort. So there's, as much as you think, oh, there's pressure, but there's people who really think you're worthy of being our first set of people, our first set of founders. So you have that confidence. And what I really enjoyed was the fireside chats. You saw people that were really like you, seeing these people from a distance, you feel like there might be something that you're missing to get to that level, and bringing them closer, that you feel like, yes, I can do this. This worked, this didn't work, this is how we can push to get to where we're going to. So I think that there's a lot of confidence and we're pumped to really get started and build our unicorn company. So yeah, the mindset has definitely changed.
Awesome. How about you, Camille?
So I think I have one example that I'd like to share about mindset. So I was sharing our ambitious as a company with you guys, right? With you, Mia, with E, with OG. And I told them very proudly, we're going to achieve $20 million in 5 years. And you guys didn't like it. You said this wasn't ambitious enough. And it's great to hear, actually, because it might be like a standard approach. Like, you can be more ambitious. You can always be more ambitious, right? But when you hear it from people that have been in difficult markets, like the ones we are in, markets that, so the first thing they told me, they said, show me the math. Let's look, how many companies do you have? What's the GDP? No, you can do more. And I think I find this inspiring, because those guys, having done that, having gone through that, really made me think, it's like, okay, I need to up that number. I need to up my ambition, right? It was not ambitious enough. And that puts me in a mindset that there is always, you know, more hunger, more kind of, okay, that's a next level of ambition is now unlocked. Let's do that. Let's see how we get it to 40, how we get it to 50. Let's do that. So thank you, guys. I think this has been really impactful for me.
Thanks so much. Wenda, how was it for you? Where's your ambition now?
All right, so I'm going to describe the experience with 2 words. Right, number 1 is thinking different, think different, and number 2 is being bold. What happened is we got people who pushed us to really think different about the market, about the companies, about ourselves, right? We find Moses Sule, for example, telling me, I'm going to connect you to X, Y, and Z companies, Indicina, PayMoney, etc. And the following week is already done that, already having meetings, right? Find you one day doing the same thing, and already you're talking to the likes of Afex, etc., talking to the CEOs, the C-suite on how you could possibly partner together, right? You find Matthew, for example, looking at what you're trying to do and says, you know what, there's a South African market for you from a biodiversity point of view. Let's figure out how we can do this. Pushing you, it's not just talk, not just consulting talk, It's about practical ways of thinking different. You have Ayon Kunle, who's looking at your financial model, and already in the call, you're like, you know what, let me just go, I'm going to work on my financial model later. But he's like, no, hold up, let's actually do it right now. And already coming up with formulas, doing projections, etc. You have Toyosi helping us with team culture, etc. So it's been an amazing experience. And in all that, you have the likes of OG, you have E, you have Mia, pushing us to be bold in whatever we are trying to do, going out there and getting opportunities, And we are living here with amazing potential and amazing possibilities for us. Yeah. Yes, thank you. So, yeah.
Thanks so much. Remy, how about you?
So for me, one of the biggest things was just the speed at which we had to move in. What we achieved in 4 weeks is probably what we would have achieved in 1 year. I'm being serious. In 4 weeks, I've pitched clients. I have clients that I'm about to sign. I've grown our supply. And I really feel bad for my team because they didn't see this coming. But like my colleagues have said, it's really exciting when you see your fellow colleagues also driving and people that really believe in you and they really push you. And then when you are very uncomfortable moving at that speed and you actually begin to get some level of success, you now begin to feel more confident in yourself. So that's been my experience so far. And then the most important thing for me, as soon as today ends, is to keep that momentum going. So the team should be ready to continue at that pace. Thank you.
My goal was not to cry on this panel. I'm still holding on. Lile?
I would like to add more meat on what Mwenda said about being bold and add the fact that one of the things that I've learned from this program is that you need to balance boldness with prudence as you continue to build. And I've learned a lot from E. about this, because we want to dream so many things, but you also need to be guided about what you're dreaming about. And the last part that I wanted to mention with regards to mindset is that at the end of the day, execution is everything. I remember there was a crisis going on during the program within my company. At 3 a.m. I messaged we're staying in the same building, say, I'm having a crisis here, blah, blah, blah. And he said, do it. The fact that I was able to execute on that, I've been able to continue to grow and achieve a lot of things from my business. Otherwise, I could have stayed back, cry, plan, do all of those things. But at the end of the day, I think execution matters a lot in the final analysis.
Thanks so much. My last question, and for a few of you to chime in, we have a lot of future Accelerate Africa founders in the audience that might consider joining the program. What's your advice for these founders as they consider joining? Anybody who would like to chime in?
I would tell them that this is a life-transforming experience and program, but only apply if you are really willing to work hard.
I would say if you want to build a business that scales, that brings value, this is a place you want to be, right? This is the best place you want to be, for sure.
Thanks so much. I want to close with one quote from another founder who you will see later on the stage, Moka, who joined us from Nairobi. And he said, Accelerate Africa is like a home-cooked meal. There are many options out there, but you know Accelerate Africa is made for you. It's made with love and care, and it's just perfect. So thank you so much, and we look forward to the rest of the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, a stellar panel focused on the Accelerate Africa experience. They've shared their perspectives. They've given us a first-hand experience of what the Accelerator program looked like. And I remember the words of Sandile, very blunt words. He said it was brutal, but transformative. And thank you. So they just gave us an insight into what 8 weeks of being a part of this Accelerator program has looked like. Brutal but transformative. And you know, one of the highlights of listening to this was seeing the power of mentorship at work in the Accelerator program. And it reminds me of a quote. I remember the words of Isaac Newton when he said, if I have seen further than others, it is by standing on the shoulder of giants. And so that perspective of learning from other people, of learning from advisors, of learning from people who have built big businesses, people who have gone ahead, is so important. I particularly like the word of Ramil when he said that the things he learned firsthand couldn't have been seen on Google. Practical experiences that you cannot get by reading a textbook, by people who have gone down this path. And you know, it also reminds me of one of the favorite quotes of my grandma. And since we're talking about an African program, it's as well good to remind us of this good old African adage. You know, it says that what an elder sees sitting down, a child would not see, even if he stands on an iroko tree. And that's the power of learning from others. That's the power of building a community, which they've emphasized during this session. I like the perspective of learning from people who challenge you. I mean, when you have a goal of $20,000 or $20 million, and somebody says, that's not ambitious, you need to step up that goal. That's power to rebuild. That's power to do again. So please, let's give a round of applause this time for the Accelerate African team, for motivating, for creating an enabling environment, a community for startup founders to be inspired. And so without further ado, this is a good time to take us into the next session, which is the pitch session. So it's demo day. We could as well go into the demo. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, I'd like to remind us very quickly for the investors that you can be a part of this and you can connect with the startup founders by bringing out your mobile devices, finding the emails that have been sent to you. So an email has been sent to you yesterday with login credentials. Find the password, click on the link, and log in. What this would enable you to do is that while the startup founders are pitching about their businesses, and I must say that you will hear very incredible pitches today, because I had the honor of hearing a little bit of it, which I'll call a snippet, yesterday. So you really hear so much brilliant ideas today. So bring out the mobile devices, find the emails, find the link, click on it, use the password, and that would enable you connect with the pitches. So you find a pitch that you'd like to invest in. If you find something that you're connected to, you want to take the conversations further, you can have a one-on-one conversation with the startup founders. You can also book a virtual session later on. So please, take note of these pitches, pay attention to them, and connect. Now we're going to have 4 pitches. And to lead us through this session, because I can't wait to hear from the startup founders myself, I'd like to invite Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji to please come up and introduce the first round of pitches. Please celebrate him, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! Fantastic. This is the crux of the moment. And we're going to make it really fast. The first company is a company that I first met on a trip in Uyo. I went there for something, and then I met the company. And I was just like, this is a very interesting business for a bunch of techie guys. But they're completely transforming the vehicle automotive care experience by bringing technology to an age-old problem: unreliable mechanics. Please put your hands together for Henry as he pitches Flutterwave.
I'm so happy to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to talk to you about mobility. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Flutterwave, and my names are Henry Okafor. We work with vetted auto technicians to offer reliable and affordable auto care at scale. This doesn't work? Okay. Did you know that in Nigeria today, we have over 11 million used vehicles in our roads, or on our roads, rather? Now, many of us know these vehicles as Tokumbo cars or used cars, but each year, 1.5 million more comes in. Now, many of these vehicles come in without manufacturer's warranties, meaning that vehicle owners get to spend heavy on car repairs from day one. Each year, vehicle owners in Nigeria spend over $6 million on repairs and maintenance, only to get these cars back worse off due to inefficient auto services. Now, that's heartbreaking. Honestly, it is quite difficult to keep your vehicle on the road and unnecessarily expensive. Now, but there's the good news. Flutterwave is in town. We work with vetted auto technicians. We provide preventive maintenance and affordable financing to solve this problem. We deliver access to vetted auto technicians that leverage our AI quality assurance process to ensure quality repairs. These fixes are fast, reliable, and thorough. Now it gets even more interesting. To ensure accountability amongst these auto technicians, we have enabled our vehicle owners rate them and drop reviews. Secondly, preventive maintenance. We have developed a subscription solution that unlocks preventive maintenance. Now, this means that vehicle owners can subscribe to a maintenance plan of their choice according to their driving habits that ensures that they prevent breakdown even before they occur. Now, this means that these vehicles can stay on the road for much longer. Now, it gets even better. It helps them save up to 50% on car repairs. And lastly, we provide and ensure that these vehicle fixes are affordable by providing financing options tailored for fleets, ride-hailing drivers, popularly known as the Uber or Bolt drivers, and even salary earners. Our goal is to ensure that premium auto care is not only accessible, but also affordable. Now, today, we make money through and not limited to our 20% commission on we make money through our 20% commission on car repairs booked through our auto technician marketplace. We also earn $153 annually on a car through our auto subscription model, and we also earn interest on our auto repair financing. We aim to capture 30% of the car repairs that passes through our system at a market estimate of $6.7 billion annually. Today, our auto workshops are well equipped to operate at an 85% efficiency rate. These repairs are recorded in optimal performances, and in cases of dissatisfaction, they are remedied immediately. These workshops have recorded to date over $36,000 worth of repairs and maintenance. Quite frankly, we understand the pain of vehicle ownership experience due to repair and maintenance troubles. Some of us call it car wahala. That is why we are building the Apple Care for used vehicles. Now, if what I've said in the last 2 minutes sounds interesting to you, and you want to learn more about how Flipwheel is ensuring that it's an automobile bliss for us all, we are happy to chat with you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Flipwheel. Let's give them another round of applause. The next team is a brother and sister team that is building a model that's very close to my heart. As many of you know, I was the founding investor of Move. And this team is building what I call the Move of logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the First Lady of Accelerate Africa, Amanda Etuk.
I would have liked the song to play longer, Hi, I'm Amanda Etuk. I'm the CEO of Messenger. At Messenger, we empower delivery drivers to not just earn, but own their vehicles outrightly. We're creating value across the logistics supply chain. I've been in this industry for 10 years, and I've watched countless startups struggle because they overlooked the backbone of the industry, delivery drivers. A few years ago, I was faced with a loss of $1.6 million. 2,000 cartons of Moe Hennessy vanished. The delivery driver was not incentivized to complete the delivery on time. This opened my eyes to the magnitude of the problem. In Africa, delivery drivers navigate a difficult terrain and security risk for meager wages. They have a low stake in the success of the delivery, leading to a disconnect between the responsibility and the reward. This is why the logistics ecosystem is broken. And at Messenger, we're here to fix that. In the last year, we financed 150 motorcycles, giving these entrepreneurs the opportunity to fulfill 450,000 deliveries. And they earned revenues in excess of $550,000. At Messenger, we partner with e-commerce and delivery platforms, giving these entrepreneurs access to a steady demand and increased earnings to support repayments for the vehicles. In turn, we provide compelling value to these platforms because we finance the fleet expansion necessary for their operations. Our platforms are then able to focus on creating value for their customers. They witness faster and more reliable deliveries, increased customer satisfaction, and ultimately a boost in sales. We earn revenues doing this from our monthly interest rates and also from commissions on these deliveries. We have something interesting to announce today. Thanks to the Accelerate Africa team, we were able to partner with Bolt. This partnership gives our logistics entrepreneurs access to the demand being generated by the 100 million customers on the Bolt platform, starting from Nigeria. We're targeting 50,000 delivery drivers within the next 5 years who will be earning revenues in excess of $100 million. And we're able to unlock multiples of this value by increasing our partnerships, scaling up our partnerships, and moving from motorcycles to vans to trucks, delivery vehicles of the future, all to fuel growth and impact. I want you to join us today as we fix the weakest link in the supply chain and unlock economic growth in Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Messenger. So better get in early on that move, because when it gets to value, you will wish you did. Our next startup is a gentleman that I would say led us to the promised land. When I was at Andela, we moved office 6 times in the first year. And so when we eventually got money and we wanted to build an office space to our taste, we could only call one man, Remy. And his company, Campus, is going to make finding the office space of your dreams something that not just a well-funded Andela can afford, but every startup. Ladies and gentlemen, Remy Dada.
Hello.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Awesome. So clearly, I'm a big Eminem fan. 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 So clearly, I'm a big
Let me just get a handle. Can you guys? Awesome. Before visions of being a rapper, so you can see where the inspiration came. My name is Remy Dada, and today,
Sorry. Okay, they're bringing a different one. That would be easy. What's the problem?
okay, third time is the charm. So, my name is Remy Dada, and I'm here to introduce my company, Campus HQ. My first company, Space Finish, like E mentioned, has designed some of the most amazing offices. We design offices for clients like Facebook, and as if that wasn't impressive enough, we design offices for Twitter in Ghana, and as if that wasn't impressive enough, we design offices for companies like Google, and many more. And this experience allowed me to understand a couple of things. We got deep insights into what companies need out of their modern office spaces. Since the pandemic, 70% of companies have gone hybrid, meaning that they work sometimes at home and other times in the office. This has been a challenge because traditional offices and co-working spaces haven't been able to keep up. And it's created a massive gap in the market, especially for large companies who are looking for spaces that can meet hybrid schedules and can be very effective. Now, traditional players like Regus and other co-working spaces, they fail to grow with their businesses. They can't scale beyond their physical space. Now, many people believe that the demand for offices has declined since the pandemic. This is not true. The demand for flexible offices have only exploded. The commercial office leasing sector is the $4 trillion market. It is huge and is ripe for disruption. And guess what? That is where my company comes in. That's where Campus steps in. Our platform is all about matching businesses to the perfect spaces. We offer fully furnished spaces so companies don't have to pay for expensive fit-outs. Also, our leases are super flexible, tailored to grow with businesses and to meet their hybrid schedules. And the best part about it is our platform allows us to move businesses in just 6 weeks. This is way faster than the industry standard of 4 months. This means that we're not just quicker, we are more adaptable, we are more cost-effective, and we're more scalable than any solution out there today. We make money in 2 ways. One, a markup on leases. Second, on commission fees. In 4 weeks alone, I spoke about speed. In 4 weeks alone, we have been able to get 3,000% growth in leasable spaces and a pipeline of almost 20,000 square meters in tenant demand. We charge $200 per square meters. So that means that in the short term alone, we are well positioned to unlock $1 million in immediate revenue with another $4 million in unmet demand. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a future where leasing your next office is as easy as booking an Airbnb. That is the vision here at Campus. Airbnb for offices, starting right here in Lagos and expanding to major cities across the world. If you are interested in joining me and my team on this journey, please reach out to me. We'd love to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And expert one by Remy, who just took the little mishap amazingly well. We're excited about campus. And the final pitch for this session is going to be by a founder we very fondly call Danfo. And that's because this founder has such an incredible story, from rearing goats in the mountains of Eswatini to building a business that is very, very likely to be an incredible business that touches the lives of low-income earners across Africa. Without further ado, please, I present to you Sandile.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandile Dlamini. Today, I'm here to tell you a story behind Choose Me, a company that makes any day is payday through WhatsApp. It all started with one of my employees, a sales agent in my previous company. Every second week of the month, Emma will come to me and say, "Boss, can I have some juice? Things are bad. I don't even have money for transport." As a small company, I had working capital constraints, so I often tell my employees to go borrow money. Little did I know that refusing to give them a salary advance, I was pushing them towards loan sharks, charging over 30% interest. But they didn't have any choice but to take these loans. The financial stress affected Emma's performance. His sales went down, he would come late, and sometimes he didn't show up at all. My business struggled. The time and cost of hiring and training new sales agents increased. This was really hurting my bottom line. Emma's words, "Boss, can I have some juice?" stayed with me. They reflected the struggle faced by many businesses and employees across Africa. Witnessing this widespread problem, I saw an opportunity. I started Choose Me. Our mission is to make sure that any day is payday for employees for the days they've worked through their favorite app, WhatsApp. We make money by charging them a withdrawal fee, 50 naira for every 1,000. Our technology connects to payroll and HR systems. When the employee sends a message to our WhatsApp chatbot, "Hello," the chatbot sends back a message and says, with the number of days worked and how much money the employee can access. During payday, the amount of money the employee has withdrawn is automatically deducted and sent back to us. So far, we have processed over 30,000 transactions, achieved 92% retention rate, and maintained 0 default rates. Over the past 8 weeks, we've been able to partner with payroll companies and unlock over 200,000 employees and secured a liquidity partner to continue on this mission. Across Africa, there are over 430 million employees like Emma. This makes a lending market opportunity of over $70 billion. Unlocking the potential of any day is payday marks an exciting beginning of a financial revolution. Soon, we will start adding bill payments, savings, investments, and e-commerce, solutions that every employee needs to improve their financial lives. This is the story of Choose Me. And welcome everyone to an exciting future where any day is payday through WhatsApp. Thank you.
Amazing. Please, another round of applause for all startups. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that if you're in here and you've gotten the email that tells you to log in with those credentials sent to you, please do so. Connect with these startups. Book a one-on-one physical meeting tomorrow or a virtual meeting afterwards. Very insightful pitches. And I recall that during the Fireside chat, when Mr. Aboyeji was talking about what attracts people or what attracts profit, he emphasized that it's about value. And that value, in my own words, value will produce money at the end of the day. And we can see the value that these startups are bringing, from finding solutions to challenges that plague us in Africa, in the automotive space, to the transportation, logistics, and so on. They've shown us what they're able to do. And they've called on us to partner with them. So ladies and gentlemen, investors, please take a moment to book a session with some of these startups. It'll be lovely to connect with them physically tomorrow or virtually afterwards. Now we're moving on to the next segment, which is a continuation, really, because we'll hear from other startup founders pitch about their businesses. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to lead us in this segment, Mr. Oji Udezwe. A round of applause.
Apparently I have my own hype song, which is unnecessary. How are we doing, Accelerate Africa audience? I want to say that one more time, and you all clap for yourself for real now. How are we doing, Accelerate Africa audience? I'm just window dressing. My name is Oji Udezwe. I'm the fourth partner of the Accelerate Africa, the accelerator. But I'm going to jump straight into the pitches. Our next founder has been obsessed with soccer and sports since he was a child. In fact, the co-founders are sports heads, and somehow they're also computer scientists. Well, this obsession is still there with them. And because of that, we have this amazing business that will fuel the discovery of the next generation of sports talent in Africa. And with that, I give you Nnamdi from AfriScout.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm so happy to be here to share what we have built. Hello, everyone. My name is Nnamdi, and I'm the CEO of AfriScout. At AfriScout, we help football clubs and scouts find the best football players in Africa. You see, Africa has the youngest population in the world. The talent here is so vast, you find African players playing for non-African countries. Which of these players would have been easy to discover if they were in Africa? Exactly. Finding the best football players in Africa is very difficult. And this is due to lack of data and information on these players. Imagine you were the scouts of Chelsea Football Club and you are looking for the next Didier Drogba. How would you find him? You would have to travel to different stadiums across different African countries. This process, it is tedious, time-consuming, and expensive. Just last year, the global player export value was over $1 billion. Africa only contributed to about 6% with a value of $60 million. Personally, I find that appalling, but I get it. How do you place value on something you have little information about? This is where AfriScout comes in. We have built a system that converts football match videos into player statistics and highlights. Collecting the data of every single action a player performs in a match, we feed it into an AI predictive algorithm that provides a rating that indicates a player's potential to be a star. What is very unique about us is our depth. So you see, we go to the streets, to the schools, to the academies, to the professional leagues, collecting data from the age of 14 to when they become professional, tracking their development year on year. We currently do this in 3 African countries. We sell this data via API and platform to enterprise football organizations at an average fee of $10,000 per year. Since we launched in January, we have converted over 700 match videos. We have collected data on over 8,000 African players. Today, AfriScout is being used by some of the best football clubs in the world. The highest rated AfriScout player as of January, who was playing in the streets of Kwara, moved to OGC Nice, one of the biggest football clubs in France, for $1.3 million. This is a testament to our algorithm. And we do not intend to stop at only football. We plan to find the best basketballers. We plan to find the best athletes across all sports in Africa. And even beyond Africa, we have ambition to become the LinkedIn for athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an opportunity you want to miss out on. Sports is next. If this interests you, please meet me out back, as I'm very happy to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nnamdi, okay. You're taking over the stage. I don't know if that's allowed. All right, are we ready for the next one? No? Yes? All right. The next founder has been obsessed with gaming and computers and design all his life, right here in Lagos. This love has turned into a company that is working on a large opportunity global problem. The way I think about PipeOps is that they could literally be set up in San Francisco right now and be making money because they're building on a really important cloud scale problem. If they didn't change their business model, they could be anywhere in the world. And we hope they will be soon after they spend time with us in Accelerate Africa. With that, I give you Sam from PipeOps.
We're good now? Awesome. You can hear me now. Very good. Hi, we're PipeOps, and we allow software developers deploy apps to the cloud in minutes without any cloud expertise. 3 years ago, I worked at a startup that struggled with deploying to AWS, mainly because no one on the team had the skills. And ultimately, this led to millions of dollars lost in revenue. Similarly, 95% of businesses today struggle with cloud deployment because only 8% of global tech workers actually have the skill set to help them. Appalling. But this is where PipeOps comes in. PipeOps eliminates the need for developers to have cloud experience by automating and abstracting the complex cloud workflows so they can deploy apps in minutes, not hours, not days. Additionally, we offer a highly portable cloud hosting experience that allows developers to deploy apps across various cloud platforms, virtual machines, and even physical servers. Our solution can be sold anywhere in the world, and this is why we have an opportunity of over $3 billion when we sell to the 22 million non-cloud developers across the world. We make money from an annual subscription of $168 and also charge users 5 cents per deployment. Developers love our platform. We've recorded over 21,000 deployments on the platform, 100% week-over-week growth since we launched our Nova servers 4 weeks ago. Thank you. Over 800 servers have been created on the platform with an average creation time of just 6 seconds. PipeOps is wicked fast. We do not just stop there. We do not just simplify cloud deployment. We also take it a step further by taking away the need to worry about infrastructure setup, monitoring, maintenance, regulatory compliance, particularly for fintech and health tech platforms. Now, think of the future. We are moving fast to a point where all software development workflows is going to be entirely assisted through AI. And naturally, this future is going to be incomplete without AI-assisted deployment. PipeOps will make it such that anyone can deploy apps to the cloud with just the click of a button. If anything I have said makes any remote sense to you, perhaps we should chat. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Samuel, and we are PipeOps. Thank you so much.
Am I on mutual?
All right. Are we still excited? All right, we have one more. This is, I've been spending a lot of time in artificial intelligence, so I'm very, very excited about this startup, and so should you be. This founder grew up in a household where one parent spoke Hausa and the other parent spoke Yoruba. And of course, everyone around them spoke English and Pidgin as well. So 4 languages in one household. It's not surprising then that he has gone on to create a company that understands that generative AI needs a way to speak multiple languages, especially African ones. And with that, I give you Yinka from C Dial.
Audrey. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? The world is at an inflection point with artificial intelligence. Audrey introduced me earlier, but hi, everyone. My name is Yinka, co-founder and CEO at Cedar AI. And with me today is my personal AI assistant. Say hello to Indigenous. Okay. Look around you. Technology is accelerating our lives, from healthcare to education to your livelihood. And it generates knowledge. But whatever AI model you use, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, or Cohere, none of these models sufficiently support any of the 2,000 languages spoken across Africa. There are 2 reasons why. Number 1, many of these current AI models that are foundational models are trained on internet data and primarily support English, Spanish, French, and Mandarin. But the second reason is even very important. Inputs from African knowledge and languages are non-existent on the internet. I'm sure non-existent. But what's worse is that currently, and even in the past, African languages have always been communicated orally, at least most of them. That is why we to this, and we have found incredible opportunities to build a business around this. And what we have built, we've done it by bringing together over 1,200 native speakers and linguists. We have collected intelligence from all of these people and used it to build the world's first multilingual, voice-first large language model, trained on 3 billion parameters, fine-tuned for African languages and context. So say hello again to Indigenous. It speaks Yoruba, it speaks Xhosa, it speaks Pidgin. Indigenous, what other language do you speak?
I also speak Arabic, Igbo, Yoruba, Zulu, and Swahili.
Okay, tell me a proverb in Swahili.
Hakuna Matata means no worries.
Come on, that's easy. Tell me another one.
Mawa ya baharini yanakuita. It is a poetic expression that evokes the beauty of marine life.
Thank you. This is what we've built our business around. And our business makes money by generating and providing data sets towards artificial general intelligence. I told you how we create those data sets, but what's important is that we currently supply companies like Brev, Wimble, and Cohere with these data sets that they use to train their foundation models. We also make money by offering our enterprise services to companies like Stanbic and to organizations like the United Nations. They use it for translation to their customers and to their audiences. One more thing to know is that we didn't leave you out. We have a mobile or web app that you can use to interact with Indigenous. We offer it at a freemium, but if you want to get the premium service, you pay an estimate of $2 a month. But what if you don't have a smartphone and you carry around a feature phone? We haven't left you out because that's the reality of millions and millions of Africans. By dialing this number, you can talk to an AI from a remote location. To build this indigenous infrastructure, we've invested $500,000. And so far, we've earned north of $360,000 in revenue. In the next 12 months, our plan is to include 30 more languages to build a large multi-modal model. I know it's a lot of model, but it is a model that supports text, voice, and even images, so that when you search online, you would find images that includes faces like I'm looking at today. Now, Silicon Valley wants you to believe that it is the be-all and end-all for artificial intelligence. But to get to artificial general intelligence, which is what all the companies have as their North Star, you need to include a third of the world's knowledge, which is currently resident in African languages and in African thoughts that are in your heads right now. So we can't wait to have you on our mobile app and to have you on our web app so you can be one of the 10 million app users we will have in the next 12 months. Finally, I would like to tell you that imagine a future. That future has come where indigenous AI speaks your language so that you can speak everyone's language. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to talk some more.
Indeed, we have seen the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you, if you've heard something that has impressed you, if you've heard something that you want to be a part of, please click on the link that has been sent to your email. Shoot your shot here. Because as you heard, this is the future, and you want to be a part of it. So you want to go to your email now, click on the link, and put in the login credentials, send a message to any startup founder that you're interested in learning much more about their business or investing in. So please do that. Send a message, check their profiles. You can learn much more about their profiles or about their businesses using this platform. So please click the link, send the message, use the login credentials, and book a one-on-one session. We have enough time tomorrow to speak with them, to learn much more. If you have questions, if you need some clarification, if you're ready to invest right away, please, this is your moment to do that. This is your chance to take a part of this opportunity. Send that message, book a one-on-one session for tomorrow, or a virtual session for later. If you agree with me that these sessions have been inspirational, if you agree with me that these sessions have been wonderful, please give all the startup founders a round of applause. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder for the sake of our virtual or for the sake of our physical audience, if you'd like to use the convenience, it's at the right hand of the registration desk. So just when you exit the hall, by your right, you can use the convenience, you can use the restroom. Our ushers are happy to guide you. If you'd like to use internet, here, we've got the sign on the aisles. You can click in the login credentials and use the Wi-Fi. Now, before we go for lunch, because very soon we'll be breaking for lunch, but before we do that, we'd like to hear from people who are joining us from different parts of the world. Earlier on, I mentioned that we have people watching from Accra, from Nairobi, and from London. They're literally throwing watch parties and being a part of it. So we want to hear from them. And we're going to put them on the screen, starting with Accra. Please, can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Amazing. All right. So, people joining in from Accra, can you hear us? Can you hear us? All right. So while we're ensuring that we can hear them clearly, it'd be good to switch over to also see and get a sense of those who are joining in from Nairobi. Joining in from Nairobi, joining in from Accra, Ghana. Amazing. So I can see them waving. Can we wave back at them because they can see us? Thank you. Well, we can see you. It's a little bit blurry, but we're just so excited that you're joining in. All right, we also have people joining us from the United Kingdom, from London. Woo! Okay, I can see the London watch party waving at us right here. Thank you so much for being a part of it. We hope to feature you and possibly even listen to you, get your audio sometime during the event. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's a good time to hear from our physical audience before we even go to lunch. So if we could please pass a microphone around. Nothing difficult. You're not going to have to pitch this time. But I'd just love you to tell us about any startup idea that you heard that you could connect with and that you thought that this is solving a problem that is dear to my heart. One rule of engagement, please don't talk about your own business. That's the only thing. So don't come and say, oh, the best idea I heard was mine. No, that's a joro. So we're going to pass the microphone around, and I'm going to wait for us to indicate a volunteer. But if I don't see volunteers, I'm going to ask you. Oh, I've got volunteers. Please, a round of applause for the gentleman.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. My name is Tawhid Olaimi. So the startup idea that resonates with me is Messenger. I lost a mentor due to the challenge in the logistics ecosystem. So he had a fleet of trailers and drivers that frustrated him, gave him hypertension, high blood pressure that affected his kidney. So he managed that ailment for 10 years until he later died. So that is such a problem that I feel these drivers, because of the low incentive they have to ensure that the delivery is done, sometimes they just go and crash the vehicle, you know, so you incur costs in terms of repair and all that. So thank you. That's the feedback from me.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing something that resonates with you. And this is a deep personal story that goes to show you the value that these startup founders are creating. Any other volunteers? Any ideas? All right, I've got a lady over there. The lady with the red jacket.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I think for me it's two, indigenous and messenger. Indigenous because I don't understand any Nigerian language, not even mine. And it's been very hard for me to learn. And that's something that actually spoke to me. And then messenger, I mean, if you know that you've actually done a logistics business before, and I have worked with an FMCG where they bring trucks from Lagos to other parts. And we understand how deep it is to lose business or to lose your products just because they don't understand that they have to be careful with these things. So those are the two for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you're interested in languages. And I can imagine, because language is a great connector. Imagine you are able to speak different languages. You can do business better. You can connect with people better. Just imagine somebody walks up to you and speaks to you even in your local dialect. You connect better. Over there, I've got a hand at the back. Very quickly, I'll come back here. These are practical ideas, and this just gives us a sense of the true needs that these startup founders are meeting. Please, over to you, sir.
Hello? Oh, yeah, thank you very much. First is, I'm super impressed at what he is doing. I like a phrase that he said. He said that it is time for Africa to be independent of Silicon Valley. That's profound. About the ideas, I'm impressed about indigenous. I love the fact that we're using AI locally. We're building our own content and our use cases. One of the biggest issues in AI is the fact that we have very few use cases right now that solves African problems. So profound. I like pipe ops. And for those of us who are product people, we understand the headache of having to deploy. There's a lot that misses from the developer's laptop to the cloud. There's just a lot of issue there. So there's a lot of value that you are adding. I think that's profound as well. Deploying in 6 seconds, 6 minutes, that's profound. Yeah. So well done, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. These are some ideas that you can resonate with. And now I see that 2 mentions of indigenous. I want to encourage us, ladies and gentlemen, let's not keep it at the level of I am impressed with this. Let's take it up to look at how we can partner, collaborate, fund. And that's why I would like to remind you to take advantage of the opportunity to invest in these businesses. Click on the link that has been sent to your email and book a one-on-one session. Because you speak about your interest in languages, but there's one language and there's a word that is very popular in different languages. So you may not speak those languages, but you likely know this word. Owo, kudi, money, ego. Very important. So we're speaking about languages, and this word resonates with all of us. So while we are happy that you're impressed, we want you to take it further. Just not only being impressed, but we want you to put your money where your mouth is today. Let me hear from other people who are impressed. And which startups have impressed you today? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atu from Microtraction. And I'm impressed with all the startups that pitch, and I know very well that the ones we're going to see later on in the day are going to be amazing as well. But the ones that really stood out to me were 2. First, Pipe Hops as well. I think I understand the trouble that it takes to launch or to deploy on using cloud infrastructure. So as much as you can reduce that time, it's very important for software engineers. And the next one is Juice Me. I really like it because as an employee myself, people who work around the house and whatnot, I can almost resonate with them coming to me asking for salary advance. But sometimes that's messing up my own cash flow if I have to take out for money to give to you early enough. And deploying on a platform that they already use so much, I mean, WhatsApp is one that no one's afraid to download, I think is amazing. So I'm very happy to support Juice Me and Pipe Up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So these are some of the startups that have stood up. Oh, I see more hands. Please, let's hear from you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samsi. The startup that I connected with, I think it's indigenous because the first bridge to using technology, especially digital technologies, is even before digital literacy itself, numeracy, and maybe later. So, having a model, a land language model that's, speech to text, text to speech, I think for the rural population, over 2 billion people that are not connected to the internet today because they have challenge with numeracy and letters, I think that will give them that beautiful transition or to communicate with the digital economy or digital technologies. For me, I think that's beautiful.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think the startup that stood out for me was AfriScout. Coming from a story where my brother, when we were very little, got an opportunity to play for Bolton. He was scouted, grew up in Ikorodu, so you know how tedious it was for you to come to Ikorodu Barrack Stadium to come and, scout for a young player. And eventually it was, sub-changed, like someone took his place, and that was how we lost our dream of having our brother play for Bolton. We cried and everything, but, having something like that is impressive, where Nigerians, we have lots of talent and they are not being spotted. Even if they are spotted, they are being probably changed for someone that has money or someone that knows whose uncle that has uncle somewhere and all of that. That's quite impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's take one more. Okay, hand is raised. I can see one hand here, please.
I think one thing that stands out for me from all the startups that I've pitched is that they are all solving African problems. And if you look at what indigenous, I can't remember the first one that talked about, I think flywheel or what? Flipwheel. So all of them are looking at Africa, focusing on Africa, and then solving our problem, then taking it to the world. And that really stands out for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got news for you. Earlier on, I mentioned that we have 10 startups. We've only listened to 7 pitch, so you can expect much more as we hear from the 3 others. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait behind. After lunch, there's much more coming. We have the startups pitching. We also have a billion-dollar panel discussion. So there's much more that is coming. Now, speaking about the investor portal, on our screens that will be projected, a QR code that allows you simply, just by clicking on it, it takes you to the investor portal and allows you to seamlessly, easily connect with the startups. Now we're going to project that on the screen. So please, if you haven't clicked on the links and used the login credentials yet, this is the opportunity. Scan the QR code that's going to come up on the screen and connect with them. Now, you could either say you want to book a one-on-one session, or you could just click on the feature that says, I am interested. And that's a simple way to connect. When you click on the feature that says, I am interested, you get an email, and the startup founders also get an email. So thankfully, the QR code is on the screen. Please express your interest, book a one-on-one session with a startup today. Don't just leave it at being interested. Oh, nice, good. But put your money where your mouth is. Ladies and gentlemen, as we break for lunch, please don't forget that we reconvene after 30 minutes. So lunch break is supposed to be 30 minutes. And lunch is going to be served at the foyer. Once you step out, our ushers are happy to guide you. The alternative could be that you get your lunch here, right here in the hall. So we're breaking for lunch. In 30 minutes, we reconvene, and we continue with the billion-dollar ideas and the networking. Thank you.
I think they're still on break, yeah. jaja, love me tender. Love me jaja, love me tender. Love me jaja, love me tender. Love me jaja, love me tender. You want my sugar, my honey, I tender lover. You want my sugar, my honey, I tender.
Sure.
You want my sugar, my honey, I tender lover.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back after the lunch break. Trust you've had an explosive time, and there's much more to come. So I'd like to ask us again to please take our seat as we continue the session. And I ask the ushers to please nudge our distinguished guests to take their seat as we continue. Thank you very much. Without further ado, we're moving on to the next segment, which is another inspiring panel discussion. And this time around, we're discussing the topic, startups creating partnerships that build sustainable organizations. And the panelists are going to be sharing their insights and perspectives on this topic, how to build corporate partnerships for productivity and prosperity. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the moderator for this segment. Please welcome the former COO of Flutterwave, current board member of Women in Tech Nigeria, and a children's book author. Please welcome Madame Bode Abifari. A round of applause. You know, pre-lunch, the energy was very high, and I'm sure that with the refreshment we've had, the energy will be higher as we go ahead. So, join me to invite, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Client Officer at AXA Bansard, Madam Rasheedat Adebisi. A round of applause. All right, and last but definitely not the least, I'd like to invite to the stage the Director of Group Strategy and Stakeholder Relations at Flour Mills of Nigeria, Mr. Sadiq Usman. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to the moderator.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here moderating this session. My panelists have been introduced. Our topic is building corporate partnerships for productivity and prosperity. I think for me personally, partnerships, productivity, prosperity, I think they all go very well together. Coming from a payments background and even a consulting background, there's really nothing you can do without partners. In payments, we say payment is partnership, right? Because you rely on people, you know, you're not alone, you're in an ecosystem. So today, I'll try to do some justice to this topic, speaking with my very distinguished and experienced panelists. So I'll just start with you, Sadiq, sorry, I mixed that up. Okay, so if you can just tell me briefly, right, about your company, and at what point do you set out to think about partnerships? Is it as you're thinking about your strategy? Is it as you're thinking about your plans for the year? When do the partners come in, and you know, what's your direction and approach to that?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. And thank you for the good question to start off with. I don't know how to describe the company that I work for. It's a 63-year-old behemoth. But let me try in very simplistic terms so that I can get to the more important second part of the question. So Flour Mills of Nigeria, as I said, is 63, as old as Nigeria itself. It started actually 2 days before Nigeria's independence. It's grown over time from being a single mill in Apapa. We're one of the first tenants there, to the largest food and ag company in Nigeria, certainly, and one of the largest in the region. We have about 19,000 people on payroll. We have 17 production sites across the country, and we produce typically something that you consume every day. If you don't consume our flour in your bread, in your confectionaries, then there's the oil, sugar, semolina, pasta, noodles, and increasingly, I think also over the last 10 years or so, we've been much more focused on local content innovation, which will bring me up to the partnerships question. And so we've diversified into more on-the-go food, so chocolate spread, margarine, breakfast cereals, things like that. That's just on the food side. So we're also the biggest in fertilizer in the country. We own a small company that I'm sure many of you know. It's called Bako Super Sacks. So we produce all of our packaging. We also manage the Apapa port, the bulk terminals of the Apapa port. So quite diverse operations, but food and ag. And I'm tasked usually with coming up, which I've just recently come up with, our next 10-year strategy for the group, and in terms of also midwifing that strategy. And a key aspect of that process is always partnerships, because we're very much focused on being, for the next 10 years, a food company. A food company that is very significantly technology enabled and much more consumer focused. So we're undergoing a shift from a B2B focused business as we are, because many people consume our products today, but they don't know, right? In terms of 60% of the flour that's sold in Nigeria to make bread, confectionaries, people consume it, but they don't know it's us. So we're moving a lot more in terms of that B2C, consumer focus, with things like pasta, but also we're doing it in a way that's a lot more technology enabled, because as you produce those types of things, you have to be much more focused on route to market. And that is a big, big, big investment that you have to make, because that's one of the interesting areas in Nigeria that's very ripe for disruption. If you think about it, not only COVID and what's happened with global supply chains, but the supply chain system in Nigeria is very whack, very, very, very disruptive.
So how do you, so for the partners, just very quickly before I move on to Rashidat, when you set out your strategy and you're picking out your partners, right? What exactly, so do you say, oh, this is a partner that I'm using for this line of business? How do you strategically pick them, just so for the benefit of the...
So very simply, as I said, first of all, it starts with the strategy. So we actually decide in our lines of business or in our product categories what things we want to do alone and what things we want to do with partners. Because even with all the money that we have, we don't have enough capital to do all the things that we want to do. So that's the starting point. And part of our strategy, we're very clear on what lines of business we want to do ourselves, what lines of business we need partners to do. Even in terms of our existing lines of business, there are certain things we want to get away from that we used to do, and so that's the starting point. And then when you take it down beyond that, you then need to do a kind of capability matrix, even in terms of products or business, to know in certain elements, whether it's R&D, whether it's technology, building route to market capability, engineering, what elements are you strong at and what elements are you not strong at? Just lastly, if we come from a milling perspective, we make food products. As we're moving into oil, edible oil, that may not be our core expertise. So we might need partners to guide us into that process from an R&D or innovation
All
standpoint?
right, thank you very much. So the point is that in building partners, right, it comes from a strategic view of your business and where you're going. So you have a plan and you're saying, how do I work with partners to make this plan happen? So coming to you, Rashidat, you know, when you talk about partners, you talk about shared prosperity. For insurance, for instance, you know, can you tell us how, when you identify these partners, how you frame the partnership conversations with them? Because most partners get very tired easily. You know, what is in it for me? How do you frame those questions? How do you get internal advocates within those organizations to keep the partnership going, right? So one chases 1,000, two, we come together, we can do more. How do you go about building that?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an interesting question because we are not giving people food to eat. We are covering a risk that every one of us faces every day. And I usually like to remind people that we're actually here all insurers because you insure the people around you. Why? If there's a problem, they're going to call you and say, something happened to the house, something happened to your child, something happened to someone. And then what do? You run in and you go and sort of fix it. And typically, as an individual, when we're sort of trying to solve problems, we need people to help us solve those problems. So if you bring it back to an insurer takes away that responsibility from you. So when we are looking at partnering, we want to deliver services. So if I can go to a health insurance, the health insurer is not the one who is going to diagnose that you are ill. It's actually a doctor. And it means that we need to partner with hospitals, with a doctor, you know, with the right level of capabilities. So they are the usual known area of our own business. And in that space, like he said, you know, you will have defined what you're doing, but here the hospital is selling its service. We are protecting our clients. What's also special is that we have special doctors internally that make sure that the doctor is not directing you wrongly. So we ensure quality control. If you are lucky and you have a doctor in your family, when someone is ill, you usually call the person to say, this is what they said, this is what they said. But not everybody has a doctor. And sometimes the doctor you are speaking to is not a specialist in that area. So that means that you might be getting the wrong, you know, advice from your family member. But we're able to ensure that we can do that for our clients. So we also have our own quality assurance check process. So within that process, after some iteration, we know the kind of, you know, providers we want to partner with and the ones that we don't want to partner with. But sometimes the clients can say, this is who I want, and then you need to find how it works. So when you look at how do we really look at them, so there's a known area, what we do. But then there's the innovation area, and the areas where services are not yet met. You can probably agree with me that there are not enough hospitals to take care of everybody in the country. We all probably know from the Jackpot syndrome that there are not enough doctors in the country to take care of us. There are not enough, you know, mental health consultants to help us in the country. So because we know that this isn't adequate, it means that we need to find ways to get new and innovative partners inside this space. So this is where it's not about an RFP, a request for proposal. This is where you're looking at who are the new people on the block. So this is where you approaching companies, making yourself known, not just on social media or Instagram, which is great. I see many Instagram ads, doesn't mean the company will partner with them. So you need to make sure that you are able to meet the companies where they listen, where they engage, platforms where they can know that you are a professional, and so that they can know that we're doing some innovation. So this sort of platform is an innovation platform. Companies can learn about, you know, organizations solving problems, but also attending other events can also be very useful. So apart from the ones we defined and the ones that we then look up to, so there are also opportunistic partnership situations. In our sector, there are lots of missing gaps in the value chain. So there is room for this. Unfortunately, internally, not everybody in the organizations are set to take up these solutions because they'll say to you, I've been doing this for the last 20 years. Let me assure you, I know what to do. But if you were that great, we should have 100 million insured people in the country, and we don't have it. So internally ourselves, we have to first of all convince parties to say there is a possibility. right? To prepare their mind. Then when we find opportunistic partners, we then want to know, are you professional? Do you know what you're saying? So you have to understand the sector and the different problems, and then the type of company you're dealing with. Because even in insurance, companies go into different categories. You know, there are people who are multi-liners. That means that they're doing different type of insurance.
Yeah.
There are people who are specialists. They're specializing in an area. There are people who are, you can easily see, open to innovation. And there's some who are already closed. It's harder to go into a closed space. And I think the other challenge from the side of the partner in getting ready is that don't think it's a one-day conversation. It's not a 3-month conversation. Sometimes partnership can take a while. But amazingly, sometimes partnership can just happen in weeks. It's all about how ready you are and what you can do to, sort of solve, the problem that the company is facing and how urgent it is. And I'll just give one example.
Sorry, because of time. So I just wanted to add to what Rashida said, because I know a lot of startups that are pitching here today. I think one of the things I'll just say is, when you're going for a partnership, you've done your strategy, I need this partner, I can do more with this partner. The framing is also very important, because the partners too have problems that they want to solve. So the same way you approach your customers, what's their pain point? So that when you're framing it, it's not that, oh, I need your platform, oh, I need your rails, but I can work with you. Today, you're doing 1,000 customers, but if you work with us, we can unlock this potential, right, and do 50 million. Whoever the partner is, they are listening, right, because they also want to grow. Everybody wants to grow revenue and make more money. So coming to you, sir, I just want to ask, can you give us a quick example of a big partnership that you did that just, blew your minds, right, in flour mills, that it led to significant gains in revenue, both for you and the partner, and it moved things forward very rapidly, just very quickly?
Very, very quickly. Forgive me, maybe a non-tech example, okay? Non-tech example, but something that we can all relate with. So we're in the sugar business. We have a sugar plantation, because I need to set a bit of context. We have a sugar plantation. Sugar plantations usually last 50 years. To give you a sense of the scale, it is off the banks of the River Niger. It's about 38 kilometers from the nearest town. So we had to build the road there. It's about 27,000 hectares. So if you're driving from one end to another, it's about 27 kilometers. There are 8 villages in there, and there are about another 23 villages around there. So that's our host community. Now, we've been trying to develop that sugar plantation for the last 10 years. And you see where the partnership I'm talking about is, right? We've developed about 3,500 hectares worth of sugar cane. That's 3,500 football fields worth of sugar that we do every year. We built also a sugar mill. In the middle of nowhere, we actually have an airstrip, right? So to get to it. It has about 250 houses for our workers. We spent maybe at $150 million so far. Now, this partnership that we have to have with communities there, because it's for the long term, has to be built on 3 things. One, most importantly, is built on time. We can't do anything there that is about a quick buck this. Because I've told you, sugar plantations last a minimum of 50 years, right? And you plant sugar every year, you harvest it, you get the cane and all of that. The second is it has to be built on trust, right? It has to be built on mutual trust. So the community have had to give us their land. It wasn't actually their land. It was from government, but it was their land. Many of these people were fishermen on the banks of the River Niger. We've spent the last 10 years trying to convert them to sugarcane farmers. So they have to trust that tomorrow, the future of their children under us is going to be better than whatever they've had, right? So that's very, very important. And they need to believe that the investments that we're making are in their long-term best interest, which brings me to the third and final point about shared prosperity, right? Let's start with us. We're purely business people. we're not going to go and put $150 million in the middle of nowhere unless we think we're eventually going to get that value back.
Yeah, sure.
And for them, they have to believe that for as long as we're going to be there, right, they may grow up or spend the rest of their lives being farmers, but they expect that their children are going to be engineers in that factory. And they expect maybe their children's children would be building sugarcane factories next to ours in future. So that is very important.
Thank you. So trust, transparency, shared prosperity are some of the key things he has said, which are very critical to partnerships. Rashidat, because of time, I'll just ask you that if you want to leave one thing with the startups in terms of, you know, how do you build this sustainably for a long time? Just one key thing that they need to have at the back of their minds. What would that be?
Value. You need to show value. And value itself has a bit of a breakdown, but maybe you look at it from two sides. It's either is impacting them from a service part of their business, how they serve their clients, the customer journey, the customer experience, or that value impacts financial bottom line. As you can imagine, if you impact the service experience, you should be able to impact the bottom line. But that value needs to be pitched properly. Some companies, what is of high importance for them could be financial impact. So your storytelling, your engagement must be able to show how it delivers financially. If the concern that the company has is about customer experience, customer journey, still the same story, if well placed, can be focused on customer experience, you know, and customer journey.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you. You can please. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think for me, one of the critical things for building sustainability as well is, you know, if you look at fintechs or payments, they usually have a unit that they call partnerships, like people dedicated, just looking after partners. In consulting, we used to do it, it was so methodical that if you have a partner, we actually do like an analysis, who has the strongest relationship, what's the follow-on. We have tools to say, these are significant milestones in the organization, these are the things they do, because you also have to be careful that your partnership relationships are not just transactional. The same way you're building a relationship with your customer, you're also building a relationship with your partners. So if the partner is thinking about this problem, you're the first person that they call, even with every other thing that we have said, with the foundation of trust, integrity, transparency. If you tell them this is A, it has to be A, you know, building it long term. I hope this has been very helpful. Please help me appreciate the panelists one more time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the moderator and to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we can applaud them again. You know, as they spoke about the need to build corporate partnerships, it was a reminder for me of this quote that says, if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So we can go fast and we can go far. So it's not just in the short term, but in the long term outcome of collaboration. And they've been able to show us that from this very short but insightful panel. Please, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate our moderator and the panelists again. Now we're moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next segment. I'd like to remind you ladies and gentlemen, that Before we went on the lunch break, we had 7 pitches from 7 founders who shared some remarkable ideas with us. Now, in the course of this event, we're still going to hear from 3 startup founders who have undergone this accelerator program. And so we want to remind you to please click on the link that takes you to the investor portal and connect with the startup founders. Please don't forget to send them a message. Build a one-on-one relationship. That send them a message. Say, hey, let's have a physical meetup tomorrow or a virtual meetup afterwards. So I'd ask the media to please project that link again. For the sake of people who may have missed it or just joining, let's project it again. You can just scan that QR code, and then we can go into, just sending that message to the startup founders. It'd be great to have that. Coming up today, ladies and gentlemen, let me just run us through some of the things that are happening. We're still going to listen to 3 startup founders pitch. We're still going to listen to 3 startup founders pitch. And we're going to have what I described as billion-dollar panel discussions also coming up. So there's so much that is packed. There's so much that is coming up today. Now, before we went on the break, I did ask a few people to tell us what their takeaway has been from the startup founders that have pitched. And we heard such great ideas, and we heard people say, oh, this is something I can relate to. This is something that, it's something that I feel resonates with me. I'm going to go around this time around and ask us to pass the microphone this time around and ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to describe this session, the Investor Summit and the Demo Day, in one word. And the rule of engagement is that you use a one word that nobody else has used. So that means that if I start and I say amazing, then the next person cannot say amazing. All right. Are we able to do that? So this is just a fun icebreaker. So we're going to pass the microphone and we're going to describe the conference in one word. But the rule is that we cannot use the same word. Do we understand? So if you say eye-opening, it's still a word. We would say that's a word. But if you say amazing and wonderful, we have a red flag go off. So we can do that. So one word that describes this conference, describes this summit, and also describes the demo day. We'd like to have that. So the ushers can please pass the microphone, starting from the left hand of the hall. This is the time for everybody to be a speaker. So we're going to pass the microphone to everyone. And remember, the rule of engagement is that you cannot repeat the word. So starting from the top. All right, so let's start from Mia. Ms. Mia, one word describing the conference. Let me go over it again. We're going to describe the conference in one word so far, and you're not allowed to repeat the word that somebody else has said. Please go ahead.
I say bold.
Bold.
Exciting.
Exciting.
Energy.
Energy.
Inspiring.
Inspiring.
I'll say educative. Educative.
Educative.
Informative.
Informative.
It's been profound.
Profound.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Fun.
Fun. So I see people using synonyms. Somebody said educating, another person said informative. Don't worry. No, Joro, we're still on track. All right.
Alert.
Did you say alas?
Alert.
Alert. Okay.
Excellent.
Excellent. Please a round of applause for Accelerate Africa. All right.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Great.
Great. Please let me know when you've heard the word before. One word, madam.
Inspiring.
Inspiring, flag off. Inspiring has come up before. If you said inspiring, please, can you wave? So we have inspiring. So you need to give us another word.
Distinguished.
No, she needs, thank you, distinguished, but she needs to give us another word. Apart from inspiring. Power packed, thank you. One word, just one word that describes this.
Powerful.
Powerful. Have we heard powerful? But somebody says power packed, another person says powerful. Next thing I will hear another power. Okay, let's go.
Pioneering. Pioneering. Pioneering.
Pioneering. Okay.
Insightful. Insightful.
Insightful, third time. Buzz. We've heard it. Have we heard insightful before? Who said insightful? If you said insightful, please raise your hand. Okay, nobody has said insightful. Okay, good, good. Thank you, thank you.
Breathtaking.
Breathtaking.
Knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable. One word to describe the summit and the demo day. You're not allowed to repeat the word that has been said before.
Otalenu.
Otalenu. Well, you have to give it to him because I didn't say an English word. But the thing is this, Otalenu is a sentence, even in Yoruba language. Am I right? No. Otalenu. How do you even interpret in Yoruba, in English language? So sweet. Okay, but no, sir, you have to come again. Even if you're using another language, one word.
Okay, I'll go next. Ebano.
Can you take it again?
Ebano.
Ebano.
Yes, Ebano.
Okay, so for people that understand, this is why we need that startup that deals in languages. Please, can you interpret what Ebano is? Please, we need interpretation to the speaker. You need to interpret for us. I'm asking the person that said it, teach us. What does it mean? All right. So he's not telling us the meaning. So you see, this is why we need to link up with the startups that I remember there's one that's particularly dealing in languages. So that if somebody gives us a word that we flag off, we say, oh, no, this is a juror. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll probably just go ahead with that later on. But for now, we'd like to invite for some goodwill messages the CEO, Emadeb Oil and Gas. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the stage for a short, insightful goodwill message, Mr. Debo Olujimi. A round of applause.
I have seen the future, revival is here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I just want to commend Future Africa, Iyinoluwa and his crew, and lots of great startups that are here. You know, it's not easy to be a startup because I can tell probably how I knew how probably as a company, you know, we started about 17 years ago, and from growing from zero, you know, to probably a $3 or $500 million trading company. So he's actually such a young man that I've admired for a very long time. And honestly, when he told me that, look, he's going to have this pitch program, I looked at it that, look, I would be part of it no matter what or wherever I found myself to be here today, that I'm going to come and try as much as possible to be part of this. So again, what this is showing us is that the future of Africa, the future of Nigeria is here. So the moderator was saying that, you know, he looked about when the Japa syndrome was really going with a lot of back and forth, and seeing how issues around a lot of young people trying to leave the country. But, we see that, look, the opportunities in Nigeria is so huge, and, it's for every one of us, by the grace of Almighty God, to find a way to tap out of it. So, without taking our time here this afternoon, I'm here just to support my brother and in all he does. And one of the things that we've tried to look at partnering with him, we're going to take on qualified companies which we feel that probably will look at targets about around gas emissions and gas prosperity in Nigeria and actually in Africa. So, without going into details, I'm sure that in the coming days or in the coming weeks, we're able to put something together with Future Africa to determine how we can grow certain level of prosperity back again, in Nigeria. Not just in the tech space, not in payment system, but equally, non-aligned or non-oil businesses or even oil businesses, because for whatever it is, Nigeria is still so blessed as a nation with a lot of oil and the resources here and gas as well. We're in fact a bigger country for gas than oil. So in not taking our time this afternoon, I just want to encourage each and every one of us that, the startup here, the future, like the bits I've watched online and seen a few of the things, I can tell that in the next couple of months, years ahead, you only hear that, look, deals are being traded here, and people are pitching and, getting the bigger figures. So without taking much, so congratulations, all the supporters and all the new teams. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd also like to take a goodwill message from Yemi Kerry, the CEO, Ekabella Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Welcome, madam.
I have seen the future.
I'm good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think these are exciting times for us. I'm a member of the board of Lagos Angel Network, and I run Rising Tide Africa, a group of female angel networks. And what we are seeing today is really something that is very exciting for us as angel investors. Of the 7 that we have seen, I was calculating in my head, if I put this one, then another one comes up and say, okay, that money, I'll put it on this one. Then another one comes up. So I'm spoiled for choices. And this really is a new dawn for us in Africa. What Iyi is putting together, will have the collective of investors across the continent come and queue for the pipeline of startups, if the standards of what I've seen here today is anything to go by. So I say congratulations to you, and we are watching out for more. Thank you.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it's a new dawn for Africa. And we all have opportunities to be part of it. She said she was spoiled for choices because she listens to one startup founder says something, and it looks like amazing, and then she listens to another, and then we keep raising the bar. So I want to invite you that even if you are yet to decide which of the startup founders to go with or which of the businesses, perhaps you should go with all of them. Perhaps you should invest in all of them. Maybe that's the way to go. Yes, please. I can see they are clapping from their quarters and say, invest in all of us. All right, we're moving on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the panel discussion. So I would invite the moderator and the panelists and invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to be generous with your applause as I bring them up. Please welcome to the stage the moderator, Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji. A round of applause. The focus of the panel is on the future of tech investing in Africa. Welcome, sir. All right, I'd like to invite our panelists. We have on this panel the CEO, Sterling Bank. Please welcome Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. You're welcome, sir. We also have on this session an angel investor, Ms. Yvonne Ike, head of Sub-Saharan Africa, Bank of America. A round of applause. You're welcome, madam. We're honored to also have on this panel Mr. Abayomi Awobokun, Managing Partner, CEJV. And last but definitely not the least, we have an angel investor, a partner at Acacia Ventures. Please welcome Madam Biola Alabi. A round of applause. Over to the moderator.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. This is a very, very much anticipated panel. And I'm so excited to have all my aunties and uncles on this panel. And as you notice, you know, apart from my uncle Abayomi, that I call a part-time VC, because it makes money elsewhere, we have kept this traditional VC free. It's a very local capital panel. Even though we have one of my mentors, Mrs. Yvonne Fashion-Rowe, on the panel, but she'll give us more of a macro view. But what I want us to really do on this panel is really dissect the African capital stack, the African capital landscape. Not Silicon Valley's capital landscape, but the local African landscape. And I want us to start from an outside-in perspective with Mrs. Fashion-Rowe, because as the MD of Sub-Sahara for Bank of America, until you can take this mic, I really want you to give us a picture. Obviously, globally, interest rates are up. What has changed about what investors are looking for globally as a starting point? What are investors now looking for?
Thank you so much, Ian, for inviting me here today, and it's been really a groundbreaking day. What we're doing here today is going to change Nigeria, Africa, the world. As I think about answering that question, I think the most fundamental thing that I would say is that there has never been a time where the global macro fundamentals have played so much in the favor of Africa. The uncertainty, the slow growth everywhere else in the world, the high interest rates, and if you think about the 60 countries that are going into election cycle throughout this year, and a good number of them in Africa. We know there was South Africa, there's so many big markets that have been going into elections. What that has done is driven a level of uncertainty much higher, and that has seen a withdrawal of capital into Global South more generally. We've seen that in VC funds. So VC funds coming into Nigeria, I'm talking about the external factor now, about just that money dropping quite dramatically. And that's really, but there has never also been a more important time when we have more of the solutions and people are more interested in investing. More governments, corporates, and investors are much more interested, perhaps out of anxiety and a recognition of the opportunity, are more interested in investing in Africa. The reality, though, is that the more traditional pathways for investing don't work in terms of accelerating investment into the continent. So one of the things that we must do, observing that, is actually to ourselves, just as you have this Accelerate Africa, which is a step up from Y Combinator and Techstars. We also now need to mainstream investment into Africa by creating the right tools, and by that I mean whether it's not just equity, but also debt. We need to make far more debt available to these companies so that they can scale up and grow quickly, and we need to cheapen the sources of that debt. And I hope I get a chance to talk about that later, just so other people can speak. But that's the trend that I'm thinking about. More of the solutions need to come from Africa and the global south than us continuing to rely as much as we have in the past on the global north providing the capital that we need. We can still partner with them and attract the capital, but we now need to be on the front foot about what we're doing and where we're fitting the capital solutions in, and how we're helping these companies exit in the future.
Absolutely, I love that. I mean, the global perspective is that the global south now has to lead when it comes to capital as opposed to the global north. I would like to lean on that conversation about debt as I take us through this journey, this labyrinth that we're going to go through about the African capital stack. One thing that's very clear to us is that debt has to be part of the solution. New financial instruments have to be part of the solution. But for a very long time, it's been very, I consider the most unbanked sector in Nigeria the tech sector. And since we have a bank CEO here, I would like my dear Mr. Abubakar Suleiman to tell us, because he's the friendliest CEO to tech startups. And even yet, he's not friendly enough. He's the friendliest, and then I have to go and meet his team. So tell us, what are the real barriers to truly serving startups with the tools that they need, and what are you doing about it as a bank?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. We're not banking startups. And it's because usually you don't bank what you don't understand. I think anyone that goes banking where they first don't understand, they will run into trouble. They will missell products that will not serve the system. And so both themselves and their customers will end up losing out. And the first step towards understanding startup is obviously this sort of interaction. But I'll first, before I go into the debt conversation, I'll share with you how our understanding of startups are evolving and the role that plays in the capital stack, right? The first set of technology companies that sort of evolved, and tech startups, what they sought to do was to replicate technology, right? So they see a solution somewhere that has worked, and they quickly run down to Africa and say, you know, I'm going to build this in Africa. Uber is a very successful technology. Just come here and kind of build an Uber here. And they, word for word, almost repeat what they've seen somewhere else. Now, that kind of startup is very attractive for international investors. They understand it, and they use the same yardstick that they've used successfully to invest in Airbnb or Uber, and they come in here. Let's bear in mind that if what we call foreign capital today, which is primarily, I like to rechristen international capital, when they are in play, local capital doesn't have a chance. And the reason is that they are available on scale, and they're cheap. The cost of capital in those ecosystems are cheap. So if they are interested, local capital doesn't have a chance. And so they rush over what I call, this attempt to replicate. And we don't understand that very much because it's genuinely new to the domestic. You can't tell me to lend money to WeWork or to Uber. There is no cash flow that I can make sense of. The regulations around domestic lending means that it's never going to lead into a credit. Then we have another set of tech startups that are coming up now where they are beginning to ideate or domesticate. So they're taking the technology, they're kind of stripping it of all of the use cases and saying this technology has potential use. I'm going to domesticate it. And that domestication is then creating value. We saw some of that work in the e-commerce space, in the B2B space, and in the logistics space, where there's some domestication. It's difficult to find the equivalent elsewhere because the problem is unique to us. That is becoming easier for us to understand because we can see the actual problem that they are dealing with and we can begin to project. But ultimately, where I see us being able to finance, and I'll explain why later, is where there is actual real tech innovation, where people just take the tech itself and start to think about building original technologies that is unique to us, that originate from here and then export it offshore. Why are we not able to finance? And I think this is where I would like the room to pay attention. Banking is designed primarily to give you cash flow today, to give you money today for predictable cash flow from tomorrow. That's the summary of it. I have observed you today. I have reason to be able to forecast a series of cash flow that you will earn tomorrow, and therefore I'll give you money today so that you can accelerate that, so you can scale that. In the instances where there is no way for me to establish that you've got cash flow coming from tomorrow because of the phase of your business or the kind of business that you run, it's very difficult for you to access debt from a regulated environment. The regulations around banking means that that is an unbankable transaction by itself. It means that at that phase, if you look at the capital stack, you should still be talking to equity or you should be going to the capital market where people are taking a risk on the business. They're taking equity risk on the business. Lending is about accelerating your access to cash because the cash is coming anyway, because repayment is expected. Your valuation is not a source of repayment for a bank. Most of the capital you access comes from the valuation of the company, which comes from potential value that is not yet in the point where you can encash. For banking, you must be able to say, this is a predictable set of activities that will lead to this predictable set of cash flow. But I can't wait 5 years, so I can take money today and therefore ensure or accelerate or scale that cash flow. That's the most important conversation for access to debt from the formal market, specifically the highly regulated banking market. And I think the same way we are trying to understand the startup ecosystem and the tech ecosystem, I think they also need to spend time to understand the banking ecosystem, but specifically the banking regulation that overrides everything else.
That's amazing. Thank you very, very, very much. And I hope the startups are listening. Debt is supposed to accelerate cash you already have. So don't go and borrow for cash that you don't have. If not, you're in trouble. I would like to go now to my dear Miss Alabi, Miss Biola Alabi from the Lagos Angel Network board. There's a marked difference, of course, and we have to talk about it because it's the elephant in the room, between the funding environment pre-2022 and the funding environment now. And those of us in the local markets who funded, there's something Mr. Suleiman said, was that we stood no chance with the foreign capital as it came flooding the markets because everybody lost their head, everybody was doing, I remember around that time I had to stop investing because at that point I was just like, people have gone mad. You know, can you tell us a little bit from your perspective, what has changed, what should change, what still needs to change?
Thank you for having me here, number one. And congratulations for putting this on. This is really amazing. I think it's always exciting when you sit next to an angel investor and they said they're spoiled for choice. So that really goes to show what the pipeline is like and actually the process of getting people here. And so I'm really excited that we're going to do a showcase at LAN very soon. And I'm hoping that everyone on this panel also joins LAN. Corporate membership will be coming to you. I can see him Our land community manager is already scoping you all out, so please give him a few minutes. I think the biggest challenge we have today is getting excitement back into the angel ecosystem. I think angels got really shy from that 2021, 2022 influx of capital. I don't believe that valuation has adjusted in Nigeria. I think valuation has actually adjusted mostly across the continent. I think there's still a euphoria around our population. And I think we really need to start to, and I'm really hoping that that's also another thing that this type of accelerator does, is really help people understand a population does not make a market. We have to really understand what is the ability of people to buy, and what type of companies should we be building? Should they be enterprise? Should they be direct to consumer? And if it's direct to consumer, how do you fund those? And I think right now what we're seeing is we're really working hard to get angels excited. Angels felt truly left out of the ecosystem during that craze. So a lot of people stopped investing. And the challenge with money is it's like what, I will find another place to go. So that money, some of it has gone into high interest accounts. Some of it has gone into a very bullish equity market. Because once again, angels have access to investments globally. So that money has gone to work in other places. And people are like, I don't do anything. I just sleep, I wake up, I'm getting 6%. This business is nice, but I can't give up 6%. I'm invested in the S&P I'm getting no risk. I'm getting 50%. So these are the things you're competing with. And so I do think that valuations still need to be adjusted. I'm really hoping that with some of the new companies that we're seeing, that's going to be happening. On some of the angel forums I'm on, people do not feel that way. They feel like when you go to other big markets like Kenya, Egypt, valuations have adjusted. So I do think that we still need to work on that. We need to bring angels back. We need new angels in the ecosystem. And we need angels to understand that this is real patient capital. And I think that's another thing. So not only do we need to educate founders, we need to educate investors. I'll pause there because I know we have time.
Fantastic.
Thank
you very much. Right before we go to, I just have one quick follow-up question. There is $1 billion of capital that has been raised by the likes of Partech and all these guys sitting at Series A. Do angels want it? Do they care? Do they think it's attainable? And what do you think that angels are determining that they have to be able to do with or for startups to be able to access that cash as an exit opportunity?
So first of all, also angels have not had a lot of liquidity in the market. So there hasn't been a lot of liquidity giving money back to angels. So people also are looking to get some liquidity. I think angels are willing to put that money right back into the market. Everyone I've spoken to is like, look, I want to exit some of these positions. Some of them have been 8 years, 9 years. If I exit, I'm putting that money right back into the market. What we are seeing with Series A investors is they don't want to fund, they want to fund growth. They don't want to fund return to investors, which makes sense. If I was a Series A investor, of course I want to fund growth. But if I'm an angel investor, I want to take some money off the table. So I do think that there needs to be a meeting of minds between Series A investors and angel investors. Yes, there are some of those people that are part of that stack, but some people don't actually have exposure to each other. That's number one. Number two, earlier in the ecosystem, we actually used to invest using local currency, local instruments. We don't use local currency anymore. This has also taken quite a number of angels out of the market. For example, I'm in an SPV that's an LP in a fund, in a VC fund, and some of the angels that are in that SVP are like, look, yes, we made these commitments, but there's no access to FX, and therefore I'm selling my position. And people have now had to buy those positions. So we also have to understand that just as much as the market changes for founders, it also changes for investors. And so I do think that there needs to be more communication on also what do we do when we do local investments? Because we need to be able to invest locally. Some companies at the pre-series, at pre-seed, They just need to make payroll, which means you can use Naira for that. But investors shouldn't feel that when there's volatility in the FX market, their investment goes to zero. So I do think that there needs to be bridging that gap between Series A. There's a lot of money, and also helping angels understand that there's a lot of capital in the Series A market, but we need to be able to take money off the table.
Yes,
Thank you.
and Auntie Yvonne, you wanted to say something very quickly.
To add very quickly, there is a dichotomy that's existing at the moment. Investors are still investing, but there are a lot of, 2-3 years ago, when we had the last bubble, people were more focused on valuation. The real investors today are looking at cash flows and growth and scalability. And so where those business models present themselves, investors are investing. And one thing I'd say to the startups in this room is please continue to really focus on cash flows, profitability, and growth. Then the money comes. The second point I want to make is also investors are now thinking about hybrid means of going in. So they're thinking about things like, for example, convertibles. So something that has an equity and debt hybrid. So you come in with an equity quotient, a debt quotient that converts into equity as the company proves itself a bit. So the money is being spent. Investors are just much more circumspect about who they spend it on and how they spend it.
Fantastic. Mr. Awobukun.
Just call us our name now.
No,
it's okay.
we have a policy at Future Africa, which is that at formal events, we have to call you by your last name. We can't call you first name basis. So that's our rule here. So, but Mr. Awobukun, you're one of, for me personally, I rarely see, there's a lot of investors who've never actually watched the business work in their lives. And it shows in the way that they invest. But you're somebody who's been an extremely successful operator, extremely successful entrepreneur. And one of the highlights for me personally in our program, there were many highlights, was when you shared with the companies your framework and your process for selecting companies. And I feel like at Future Africa, like we're now hearing to that because it feels like the way companies need to be funded now. I don't know if you mind sharing that for the audience. How do you find, or not find, the companies that you invest in?
First of all, I have to thank for this, you and your team for this accelerator program. You know, you guys have done a great job. I came first for the session with Egbon, I think last month, you know, and it's good to see you. And I hope you continue it for many years. So kudos to you and your team. If you didn't already have a national honor, we would have given you one. But I think the last president has done that. And I also have to thank my team. Chidera is here from our side, just listening into the brilliant presentations, etc. Now, I think it's very difficult to fund any business if the proprietors of that business are not ready for a degree of scrutiny, because our money is not crying in the bank. So this idea that there is no money is false, but there is also no money for rubbish. So we are not a good VC. Okay? We are not interested in losing money if we know we're going to lose it. We don't mind losing it if we tried our best not to lose it and then we lose it. But a lot of the businesses we see will lose the money we give them in the year we give them. We don't want to give you money. And that's why accelerators are important, especially from experienced people. Then you see very experienced people also speaking. So I'd like to again commend you for that. The folks on the high table are very experienced, and there have been other speakers and other mentors. The first thing we want to see is we want to collect your company's data. Do it yourself. Go online, you fill a form, we call it CDC, about your company. Fill it yourself. Talk about your traction, your velocity, everything must be measurable. Talk about how the tech has evolved in your mind. Talk about how your team has evolved. And these are just questions. It's a way that is very simple. We call that CDC. When you fill the form, there is a marking sheet that marks it. And what is it checking? Even though you fill about 36, 40 questions, it's only 5, 6 questions that are important. It's looking to see who the founding cohorts are. Because women are not strong yet as a member, as a gender member, there's an extra eye to see that your team is balanced. So if you're a single founder, you are marked down. If you are all men, 7 great men, yeah, not bad. But if you could just spice it up with 3 or 4 great women in your 7, I have to tell you that somehow the algorithm just prefers you. And then some other things must check out. So that's a cheat that I've just given you. Fill the CDC, submit, it marks you, you get a score. It comes to Katie. Katie is know the team. Listen, the money is not just ours. Some of the money belongs to him, belongs to he, belongs to her. They're going to ask me at investment committee, who are they? So I must know you. So come to us, and we call it know the team. The first thing we find is just the founder shows up. Right? Well, that starts to suggest that you think you're the team. The meeting is know the team. Now bring the finance person now. Bring the ops person. Bring the techie. So that as we ask you the know the team questions, we are watching to see whether indeed that founder is a team player. Does he answer all the questions? Does he allow innovation come in? In the businesses I've run, 90% of the innovation came from the shop floor. I was just the coordinator of that innovation. Most of you founders think that all the ideas must be yours. We don't want to give you money. The reason is because if a boss hits you or you get bored, then the business goes under. We're not interested. We want to fund a team. And so in the know the team, 4 or 5 members of my team are scoring the same marking sheet. Have you been to any accelerator? Do you have any relationship with your co-founders? Talk about your cost. Founders that tend to want to answer everything get scored badly. That's KT. Then we go to UBN, understand your business's numbers. We send you a Google Excel spreadsheet. You go from your assumptions. You talk about how you see it scaling. Of the 200 plus businesses last year, I think only 50 submitted their UBN because they suddenly realized that the valuation they told us at CDC and the valuation they told us at KT, they couldn't prove it. And there's nothing wrong with thinking you're worth $50 million. Prove it. Is it your shoe, your watch? Is it the growth of your technology? Is it your idea? Is it your team? But value must be, proven. And if you think that, hey, you're worth $50 million just because, hey, you're Yomi Awubakun, that's all right. Say so. And we will decide whether or not we want to throw money behind that. So that's UBN. After UBN, there's understanding your technology, UT. Don't try and reinvent what already exists. As a matter of fact, we're looking for startup businesses that like to patronize other startup businesses. People who want to collaborate. Don't suggest that you're going to create everything. Tell us what you're buying from Amazon Web Services, what you're buying from, Flutterwave. We don't mind. Let's see how you're putting it together so that we know you are really building a robust platform. And then finally, it's something we call the scaling potential. We look at your business over 3 potential seasons. Let me tell you guys, early success is easy. You have an idea, a few friends buy it, you put it on an app, you say you are a startup, that's okay. Early stage, no problem. Then there's a phase we call crossing the river. Have you put a team together? Is there succession in that team? Have you raised money and shown what you use the money for? Do you have runway? Does your product have market fit? Is there evidence? In our organization, it's 100,000 downloads or users, or don't come. So if it's 5,000 that have used it, 2,000, in my view, you're early stage. Don't put yourself under pressure. Keep working on it. Keep testing. We want to see how many iterations of your technology exist. How has it evolved? And how has it evolved using feedback from your team and from the market? And eventually, you share your future plans. The next season of that is then how will you dominate the market? one thing we look out for is, does your product compete and does it complement? If your product only competes, then eventually somebody will compete you out. If your product competes and you can collaborate with your competitor, in our view, the future is yours. So that is our investment process. We take all that to investment committee and we give checks of $250,000 to $350,000. That's what we do. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's the cheat sheet right there. I'm going to come back to Mr. Suleiman to ask about currency volatility. Obviously, this year has been a crazy year for startups. How should startups be thinking about currency if they want to return capital to their investors?
The first thing I would say is that if you run a business that is adequately profitable, it should be able to return the interest rate differential, the exchange rate differential, and still give a profit. So when you go into a market where every time there is volatility, especially over a reasonable amount of time, you find out that you have eroded capital, the first question is that that business has not delivered the kind of profit or growth that is consistent with the risk in the environment. So there has to be, first and foremost, a big picture thinking. What that means is that if you stay in the market for the required length of time, the exchange rate volatility should not materially affect you. That said, because of the policies we have around exchange rate management, we have tended to create very sharp corrections. So what people suffer for is not a consistent, predictable devaluation. You can plan for that. It is the fact that we live a lie for a very long time and we start to believe that this is actually the ground floor. Whereas in truth, you absolutely should be somewhere else. And when eventually it catches up with you, it's very sharp, right? So some of that responsibility is because we are trying to force the market. And as you've seen, once you start to liberalize the market, you get some predictability and you can deal with that. But that's not the real question. The question is, given that we know this will happen, or at least we know it's likely to happen, what do you do to manage that risk? The first part of it is that the nature of your investors start to count, right? Why do I say that? If you take an investor that has a plan to exit in 5 years' time, that time frame, it is highly likely you will suffer a significant exchange rate volatility. It could be in your favor, it might not be. So when you take in funding that has come in for that length of time, you have to immediately seek to begin to protect the exit point at that point, because there's just not enough time. But if you had an investor that is a long-term investor that is not seeking, to get out in a very short period of time, then you can build a business that would outpace the devaluation. Because when you finally succeed and you scale, it's not going to matter, what devaluation happens. So take a good example. Companies that have raised about $50 million and have a valuation of, $1 billion today, it doesn't matter what devaluation happened in that period of time, because they've succeeded. But when you've not succeeded, when you've not scaled to that point, then suddenly, even if people exit, they're going to struggle. 2014 exchange rate, 2015, we're talking 160, right? It's tenfold now, right? Roughly, give or take. If your company has not grown tenfold, then clearly you're going to struggle. But the companies that have grown 30-fold, we've seen companies that have grown 30-fold from investment in 2015. They don't have a problem, right? So part of it is that you have underperformed given the risk you took, and the risk has caught up with you. Now, as for solution, I think the most obvious one is to understand that you want to be able to access capital, and your cheapest form of capital is actually debt, right? It's way cheaper than equity. The average investor is not going to take 25% and be okay with you. Therefore, when you see an investor that is willing to underwrite the risk, you use that investor as a basis to now access debt capital. But if you are giving a startup a 20% debt, 3 3 years ago, they'll probably call you an armed robber. Because as far as they're concerned, why pay 20% when there is 8% or 9% debt cross-border? Right? So again, we have to also understand you can't eat your cake and have it. The moment you choose to take the currency risk, either in an equity form or in a debt form, there's a day you pay the price. And most people, it's because they do that arbitrage and they kind of use that currency funding arbitrage as evidence of performance, when in truth they are just riding a wild horse that would eventually, get them in trouble, right? So I would say, you're not a treasury expert, you're not a foreign currency expert. Don't make that part of your job. The day you take on that responsibility, understand that there might be payback, right? Most of the people that have lost money is because they saw that window of opportunity and they jump at it. What you want to do as an investor is to say, this is what I'm good at. This is what I told my investors that I'm going to do. I'm going to try and stay within that. And whenever there is a problem that is not within my skill set, I would make sure that I'll outsource it. Specifically, I'll try to eliminate that risk from my business. I think that would be my advice.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much. Before I ask the final question, I want to talk about IPOs. And I want to direct the questions to Ms. Fashionro and Ms. Alabi. We've seen the global IPOs. They have been disappointing. And there is an aversion to local IPOs from global investors, even though that market seems to be rewarding those tech companies that are on it. How do you see this changing over the next few years, and how do you imagine this will happen? And by the way, anybody can feel free to, but I want to hear from them first as experts.
With my job, I've been involved in almost all of the international IPOs for African companies out into the international markets.
So what happened?
The performance has been very bad. So I have to say I have a bias against IPOs for tech companies. I do think that, because generally speaking, it's not so much the performance in terms of share price for the investors and frankly, for the founders themselves, but importantly, what they have to go through in terms of just being listed. I think IPOs obviously make sense at some level, but I think it's a +5, ideally more like 10-year plan. So what do you do in the meantime? The London Stock Exchange has a very good idea where you have a private capital market on the London Stock Exchange where you can buy and sell your shares secretly, frankly, but there's a structure and rigor around it. So you have to meet certain criteria, you have to provide certain information for due diligence. I think it's a brilliant idea for us to have, just as we have Accelerate Africa, let's have a homegrown version of that, where in private markets, we facilitate more the exchange of secondary shares, and we give founders a bigger window where people who don't know them, and they wouldn't normally have access to, would go and buy equity. I think more importantly, we do need to find ecosystem solutions for debt and to manage the FX volatility that is real and beyond the control of the founders. And it's not something that they can model for. And I beg to differ in terms of them being profitable enough to manage the risk. If we look at the data for the last 5 years, you really would have had to be growing at probably about 70 to 100% a year to absorb all those shocks comfortably and still be growing enough to deliver returns. So I think we need an ecosystem solution. We need insurance for the banks to be able to lend without as much criteria for collateral at lower rates. And that insurance can come on a more wholesale basis. And importantly, the policy for banks needs to allow them to rely on that insurance from the beginning, as opposed to wait for when the loans have defaulted and then you have to go back and reclaim. So that commercial banks can lend more freely at lower rates to the corporates to raise their money. And that also gives them more access to liquidity which reduces the need in the nearer term for them to have to go into the public markets. And if we look at even at the stock exchange in Nigeria, again, data is important. There's probably no more than 10 companies that actually are driving that growth in valuation. So that growth in valuation that we're seeing on the Nigerian stock exchange today, which is a good highlight in our economy today, is not widespread and is not necessarily available to tech companies. So I think we have to be thinking, and one of the important things about the Accelerate Africa platform is you're positioning these companies for strategic investment and other alternative forms of liquidity, as well as IPOs. So my take is IPOs generally not so keen on, but there are many more things that we can work on to provide ecosystem-led liquidity solutions for investors and founders.
Fantastic. That's a great one. Did you want to add something quickly?
No, I mean, I think she said almost everything, but just a quick thing. I think it's really important for us to understand our market and what our market needs and the realities of our market. I was once on a webinar with investors. So there was African investors and Silicon Valley investors. And one of the investors said, I don't invest in founders that can't tell me what the IPO looks like. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking there are quite a number, because I was on the panel, so I'm like, there are a number of African founders on this. And I'm sure people are going to walk away saying, ooh, I need to So he says, literally, I say, he says, they tell him, IPO day, what happens? And this is what drives his investment thesis. Just like you have your process, that's part of his process. And as I'm on the panel and I'm saying, but once again, we have to continue to look at every market separately. And I think a lot of times founders walk away thinking that that's what we want to hear as investors, that they're going to IPO and this is what IPO is going to look like. But I think for me, one of the things that I'm always interested in is when you're talking about what the exit looks like, who are the strategic acquirers of this business? Because actually, a lot of companies in the US actually get acquired. So, I mean, if you look at most companies that are actually listed, they grow through acquisitions. And so it's really important for people to start to think about that complementary part of their businesses as they're building businesses. And sometimes it's more about building more than one business before you actually think about IPOing. So you have to be, you're a repeat founder, so you know this. The other thing is, I think the hurdle for IPO is so high, especially for an African company, that it's actually a waste of time sometimes for this to be an aspiration. From a governance perspective, from a requirement perspective. And so for me, I think that as we look at local solutions, and one of the things that the NGX is very interested in is also how do they create a private market for local investors. And they're very interested in this, they're very engaged in this, and I think that's a really important place for us to spend our time and our money, actually, in building that local ecosystem, not only here, but across Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. We're hearing this private market for secondaries a second time. So I hope NGX is listening. And if they're not, some innovative entrepreneur is.
Okay, thank you. There's something that I know we need to think about again. When we're thinking IPO, we're thinking about what we're taking out. We don't spend enough time to think about those who are on the buy side, right? The companies that are doing well on the NGX, what is it that they have in common? Right? They're all companies that are distributing dividends, companies that are scaled, that are dominant. So the majority of investors on that side are looking for that. And we're IPOing companies that in many cases are not even yet profitable. That's the first problem that has to be dealt with. The second, and that problem goes back to what I think is the misunderstanding that founders need to deal with. When you go out to raise money from venture capital and from private equity, they are interested in your valuation, right? It's a critical part of how they get out, and they're very interested in that. But as you transit from that and you start to move into the public market, people become more interested in your profitability. They become more interested in your cash flow. They start to think about the problem you're solving and whether or not it's going to be sustained. So that transition doesn't happen enough, in my view, when we start to head to IPO. If it happens and you get to the company that is genuinely what the investors in the capital market are looking for, you would have a successful IPO, which is why an MTN IPO, for instance, will not be a struggle because it had gotten to a point where it's capable of distributing significant dividend. So I think it's important to think about that when you send companies into the IPO market.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask a final question, and we'll just do one line. What are you going to do to contribute to the African capital stack? What commitment are you going to make here? But my final question is for Mr. Awobukun. Mr. Awobukun, you're the only one I know who has been able to get these elusive Nigerian investors to write a check. What's the juju?
I'm listening to this IPO matter. I wonder how many of you would even consider an IPO. It's unlikely. Well, but Ian, you are operating at a different level. Also, the years you've been in the space. But whilst IPO is an opportunity, that's not where the opportunity is. The opportunity, if you wish, is to build a proper organization, solving real challenges, scaling it, hopefully locally, and then scaling it regionally, hopefully internationally, without much more effort, and then creating real value for yourselves and the people who worked with you, people who believed in you, and God forbid you even wanted to be really rich, which you don't need to be honest. You don't need to be really rich to live very well. Let's take all those billions away. Those things just distract us. You need to succeed at what you achieve. And God forbid then that you're one of the very few that were really rich, and perhaps an IPO or a trade sale. I did a trade sale, but I built for a sale from day one. And to answer that question, all this foreign exchange exposure, there's a lot of cash here. And there's cash here in Naira. In fact, when you ask investors here that you want money, and you say dollars, all of a sudden they start thinking of how to get you the dollar. But if you wanted Naira, it's in the bank. And 50%, 40% of your cost is in Naira anyway. So this dollar matter is problematic. You've heard the amount of growth you'd have had to enjoy to fight back on devaluation that had nothing to do with you. Why do you want to get yourself involved in all that? And so, except your business naturally earns a currency, it is better to stay away from that currency, except that currency is weaker than your currency. If your business is a natural Naira earner, it's okay to raise in Naira. If your business is a dollar earner, then you can raise in dollars. Now, the local guys are looking for a good story. You guys look at brick and mortar businesses and take it for granted what happened in that era. And then digital businesses, tech businesses want to grow without obeying those rituals. You need a great story, right? You need to be a great storyteller. Be a consistent storyteller. Don't make pies in the sky. Local investors are by far more comfortable with stories about the local macro than international investors are. The local guys are less forgiving. So you could say to an international investor, we're going to open in 20 locations in Nigeria. And he says, oh, really? You're going to say to him, you're opening in 20 locations in Nigeria? The guy is thinking, Nigeria or Surulere? Get your story right. Okay? Have a governance framework. We see a lot of businesses who want to raise money. I keep telling folks, what really is the job of a founder? The job of a founder is to bring together great people, great ideas, great capital, and deliver his dream. It's not his job to have all the ideas and make all the decisions. Have a governance structure. And what is governance? Give other people your problems. That's what governance is. If she was on your board, for example, call it any board you like. If you submitted to her being part of a governance framework, and you truly submitted, What you've done is you've actually given her some of your problems. The day you want to meet him, for example, you will say to her, do you know Mr. Suleiman? She's on your board. She's going to go find him. She probably knows him. And so local investors are looking for a great story. By the way, some of you can tell the other businesses stories. There could be startups who tell stories about startups, and that could be a great business, right? They're looking for great founders, track record. Somebody said to me, oh, by the way, we're starting a business that does tokenization of the real estate market. Oh, that's interesting. So what do you do now? Well, I work in a hospital, I work in a hotel. As what? Everything he had trained for, everything he had done, had nothing to do with real estate or tokenization. Then he had no additional experience, no education. He just liked the idea. His idea is on paper, and he thinks it's worth $5 million, and then he says there's no money. Who's going to give you money? You don't check out. Nobody has told you how to tell your own story, and you also haven't invested in yourself to tell that story. And if you succeed, then you're an outlier. Kudos to you. Local investors want governance. They want to know that despite the macro and the madness, you most likely will stand the test of time. On my way here, I was speaking to a fintech co-founder. He said to me, Yomi, we all suffered in the last 2 years from digital money theft. I said, really? He says, yes, the numbers are staggering. Because of the CBN's rules, people, online, and then the classification of the accounts also presents a loophole. And he kept talking about it, and all I could think of, what an opportunity. My goodness. How can you tell me you're losing 30, 40 billion, and you're saying so? And you're not the only one losing 30, 40 billion. To other people locally, the money is not going into the ocean. I cannot find a way to make money from that racket. When we were younger, there used to be credit card fraud, ATM fraud in the UK. It was very bad. They found a solution, but it was brick and mortar. There's still challenges today, right, that the local guys will understand, that the Oyimbos may not. I'm sorry for calling them Oyimbos. The international guys may not understand that the Nigerians will give you money to defend and fix. The banks will give you money. They have real issues. So the answer is, it depends on the kind of future these founders want. A delusional future that you are going to be a billionaire. All of you are going to be billionaires from these ideas that you have. Or a real future that you can create a really impactful solution, collaborating with each other, and you will be successful at doing it. And God forbid you even had $1 billion. You don't even need $1 billion anyway in your bank account. But God forbid you had it. You're going to dash it out eventually. All the guys that have it now, Mr. Suleiman, they're all dashing out their billions now. Investing back in us. So I hope you guys focus on what's important. There's money locally. There's a lot of cash local. You work with yourself, say the things local investors understand. You take that cash and then you do what you promised them you will do with the money. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is money locally. No need to go to Silicon Valley for the money.
Sorry, I just want to add something to the excellent summary. It is rare to find a billionaire founder who set out to be a billionaire. All those who set out to be billionaires didn't make it. All those who became billionaires were shocked by that outcome. All you have to do is listen to them. They will tell you that they never expected it. What they were setting about was the problem that they set out to solve. So anyone who set out with $1 billion valuation has a far lower probability of actually succeeding than those who had no intention of focusing on that.
Fantastic. So don't focus on unicorn. We've not said unicorn in this session, and it's intentional. That's a banned word.
Oh, well.
It's a banned word here. So yes.
So to the question you asked about what I'm committing to do.
What are you committing to?
There's a number of things that I'm working on. One of them is actually getting insurance for key sectors in Africa, including tech, obviously, so that commercial banks and neobanks can lend more freely to them. And therefore, they take their eye off needing so much equity and giving up so, yes, you have equity and debt, but the reality is you give up so much of your company too early on. So if you have debt solutions, that's very important. The policy around how that banks can do that more freely needs work. We're working on that as well. And this is a across-the-board solution. And also, I'm also committing to deepening the ecosystem around how startups, tech startups and other startups have protection for foreign exchange and other risks that they have no control over.
Fantastic.
So more to come on that. And then we have Breakthrough Lab at Bank of America where we support a lot of your startups. So once you come through Accelerate Africa, it's one of the many alternatives that you have. I'm a huge sponsor of pushing a lot of, we have a number of good Nigerian companies that have come through that. Very exciting. It'll be great to see a lot more. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's give it to Mr. Suleiman.
Okay, thank you very much. Two things I'm hoping to bring to the table to accelerate growth in Africa. The first one is I will offer to provide some form of liquidity and some form of investment in platform that would allow local investors have an exchange that mimics what they're looking for when they're looking for liquidity and some sort. And I think it's not just the platform that is a problem. Sometimes it's just that ability to provide the initial liquidity so that it's actually a tradable platform. So we're working on something, and whoever is working on anything here that requires liquidity to get it started, it's something we'll put on the table. The second one is the unbanked startup ecosystem. I am going to work with Accelerate and with anyone who is on the project towards beginning to solve that problem. But I think it's very important for us to start to organize learning sessions for founders to understand the difference between trying to attract VCs and taking a loan from a bank. That is a huge gap that is often, and it's not just yourselves, most entrepreneurs misunderstand that. So I'm happy to collaborate as well to create learning sessions where we can speak with founders and sort of help them build their understanding of how the banking system works and how to access funding from the banking system. And on the back of that, we would then put funding behind those who are hopefully willing to come into the ecosystem.
Mr. Wobukun.
Well, thank you. Well, in addition to, because the VC is not what we do full time, so the VC is really a contribution, to the ecosystem. It actually makes us no money, costs us more money. So in addition to that VC, I'm committing again to me and to other accelerators that are credible locally to give more time. The reason is because when we speak to founders, we find that there is a lot of mentorship, and it's both ways that's missing. For founders to teach us, a lot of the businessmen or people who have access to HNIs, how you see life and the difficulties, and also for us to teach you about some of the language or nuances that can help you release capital, and somebody said patient capital today, the kind of capital you need. A lot of people have capital that they don't need, but they don't want to feel the day they give it out that they've lost it. So, and that is not to say that it won't grow or it will, it's irrelevant. But the day they cut the check, they can't be made to feel that they've given it away and it's not coming back. They must feel like there's a genuine effort to grow it, to give a return, to give stewardship, to be accountable, and hopefully for them to be happy that they backed you. And I find that that language is missing in our local ecosystem. I see a lot of founders going around either angry that there's no money or arrogant, thinking that they will get the money anyway. And when their businesses don't pan out, they're very happy to send emails to all their LPs to say it didn't work out, not realizing that they are weakening the entire ecosystem. And accelerators must do more to prevent some of those activities. It's just bad for us as a continent. And so today I'm saying to you and to credible accelerators, I'll bring my friends, my egbons, will mentor and be mentored and grow this ecosystem. So in 10 years' time, it's worth hundreds of whatever currency that we're measuring it by. God help us.
Thank you. Just two themes. One, again, to continue to strengthen LAN and partner with everyone on this panel and others. And secondly, there are two things a group of angels and I have been talking about. One has been around doing more revenue-based financing and possibly trying to set up a rolling debt fund for angels, because angels are interested in sort of seeing that circulation of money coming in and out, and that could be another way to get excitement back into the ecosystem, and that would be, of course, locally denominated to get more and more people engaged. So those are two things that we're working on as LAN and RTA. I've had a couple of conversations with Ivana, so we'll continue to take those conversations forward. And really, please, I think one of the things for us as LAN is also to host sessions for founders, not just investors, and really creating more of those passageways. But I think founders also need to tell us what they need from the investors. So thank you. But once again, congratulations and thanks for having us. This is amazing.
Thank you so much. We've had such a rich discussion, and it was important because it's important for us to hear from investors that are here and have our interest in mind. So thank you so much for being part of this panel. Let's just take a picture, and then we will move on to the next. Thank you.
A big thank you to the moderator and to the panelists for such an insightful panel discussion. We can keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen, till we exit the stage. Thank you very much. It was very eye-opening. I think I'd pick the word eye-opening that somebody else has used to describe this session. It was truly eye-opening. And one of the things I really enjoyed listening to that session is getting to see the perspective, the point of view of investors, getting to see their pains, the challenges that they have, their interests, and, you know, getting a little bit of secret here and there for founders. I'm sure that the founders here, the startup founders, have taken a lot of notes, and there's so much to do. Thank you so much for sharing with us, to our panelists and to the moderator. Thank you for leading that insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next segment, which is the next set of pitch. Now, the startup founders are going to be pitching. Remember that we've had 7 startup founders pitch, and now we're going to have 3 startup founders pitch as well. So we're going to invite them. But before we do that, just a quick housekeeping to guide us. We'd like to please project the portal, the QR code for the portal on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite us to please take our seats? Thank you very much. Can we please take our seats? I'll ask ushers to please nudge our guests to please take their seats, so that everyone can see very clearly the QR code that's about to be projected. So please, let's project the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when the QR code comes up, don't forget that you can visit the portal and you can connect with the founders, with the startup founders. You can send them a message to set up a meeting tomorrow, or you could set up a virtual call afterwards. And that's important, you know, just before you listen to them, it's important to know that you can connect with them, you can view their profiles online. So the QR code is going to come up shortly, And when it does, please don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to connect with them. Now, the beauty of this is that you can take up this conversation on afterwards. So we invite all the investors here to please connect. Ladies and gentlemen, please do that. The QR code will come up shortly, and then we invite you to connect with the startup founders. Now, I'm about to invite the next set of startup founders who are going to be leading the next pitch session. But first of all, may I please invite our guests to please take their seat. We'd just like to ensure that, we give the attention to the startup founders. Please, can we please take our seats? I'll ask the ushers to please nudge our guests. Please take our seats. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll ask our special guests to please take their seats. Thank you very much. Would ask our guests to please take their seats. Thank you very much. And then we'd invite to take up the next segment, the moderator of this session, Madam Mia, to please come introduce the next set of startup founders, Madam Mia Kimani. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Check.
Thanks, everyone. Now you can hear me. Our last 3 startups, and they're very exciting. First up, I'd like you to introduce you to Moka, coming to us today from Nairobi, Kenya. Moka, Harvard-educated, used to manage billions of dollars for Blue Shield and Blue Cross in health benefits in the US. But despite his high-flying career, there's only one thing that kept him up at night. How can he fix the broken healthcare system that millions of Africans are experiencing every day? When I learned about checkups, I was so impressed that I decided to become a customer myself. I put the health of my whole household, including my 4 children, in the hands of Moka. Without further ado, Moka Lantam from Nairobi, Kenya, representing checkups.
Women locked up for unpaid medical bills. It's a headline I do not want to hear. Healthcare is indeed very expensive that many families are able to access healthcare when it is most needed. We are talking about women, the single mother with the child. In fact, 73% of households in Kenya borrow annually for medical bills. Here's the kicker. They are borrowing from informal sources. It's humiliating, and banks are missing out. We are fixing that problem. I'm Dr. Moka, CEO of Checkups, with 25 years in healthcare financing. And our solution, Checkups Cover, unlocks $4 of health benefits for every dollar paid. And we do so by eliminating the overhead associated with delivery of healthcare in traditional healthcare systems. We deliver medicines and labs to the homes at wholesale price. For those who can't afford, we partner with banks, MFIs, and remittance platforms to enable financing and access to care on the go via WhatsApp. The benefits unlocked can be shared with the entire family, African style. No age limits, no waiting periods, no exclusion for existing conditions. When sick, you just text and you get care. We have indeed built an advanced primary healthcare system coupled with health financing at scale, very similar to the Amazon One Medical solution, which is the largest provider of primary health and health benefits in the United States. We are as efficient and profitable as they are. 46 cents of every dollar we earned is our gross margin. We have 400,000 lives so far served and unlocked $10 million on our platform, generating over $40 million in health benefits. Here's the kicker. In the last 4 weeks, thanks to Accelerate Africa, our first bank partner has opened their books, and 65% of their 4.2 million customers are banked and uninsured, lending $250 to 100,000 of their members would be $25 million injected in cover by 2025. And that eliminates their risk for health-related, their risk-related debt. But it also allows them to win. With checkups cover, everyone wins. Is the playbook for our enterprise scale in Kenya and the rest of Africa. We can deliver these numbers. As Mia said, we managed $2.2 billion in gross written premiums for Blue Cross and Blue Shield at the height of the Obamacare rollout. My colleague Rene has managed and done turnaround strategies for multiple corporations across multiple industries. Our partners are Visa, IBM, Philips Foundation, and of course, Accelerate Africa. And we invite you to join disrupt the way healthcare is financed and delivered in Africa. Checkups, the one medical solution for Africa. Thank you.
Next up, I want to introduce you to Camille, who has joined us today from Cairo, Egypt. Together with his co-founder Mustafa, he has previously scaled a solar company to $40 million in revenue, which is no small feat in this market. However, while doing this, Camille and Mustafa experienced a deep pain that they soon realized is a pain that is shared with thousands of other small, medium, and large-sized companies on the continent, starting in Egypt. Without further ado, introducing you to Camille from Settle.
What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up? What's up, what's up?
Hello everybody. I am here to introduce you to Settle. Settle is a platform that helps you manage and automate your company's financials all in one place. My name is Camille Sayour. Along with Mustafa Mubarak, my business partner, we built a company about 10 years ago that today has reached $40 million in revenues, 400 full-time employees, and is present in 7 different African countries. It has been a great journey. However, all throughout that journey, we always suffered through the same pain, managing our financials. Payments that take too long, that are error-prone, no visibility over cash flow, openness to fraud. All of that made it very, very difficult to manage our working capital, which was the most precious thing to us. So we went out to the market, we interviewed 50 different companies, and we found that this is a pervasive pain throughout the whole market. So this is why we bring you today a solution. We're going to integrate companies' ERP systems to their bank accounts. It's very simple, very clean, and it gives you control over your finances. It gives you transparency over your cash position and efficient processes. To get that inspiration, the first thing we did is we started looking internationally. And sure enough, we found incumbent companies that has been there for a long time, as well as disruptors that are just entering the market, and the valuations are growing almost as much as incumbents. So we started to look at the region. Egypt specifically as a starting point. And we found that there are no solutions like that in the market. There is only the ERP system. And the market is more than $350 billion in annual B2B payments. So we said, okay, there is something there. We started to look. We found 40,000 companies with one of the large ERP systems, the Oracle, SAP, the Microsofts. And we said, those guys, we're going to charge them a subscription of 10,000 USD per year to use this system. Out of these companies, 130 of them are friendly to us through our connections, through our investors, and this is where we started our sales journey. So now we are providing CFOs with the tools that they need to make good financial decisions with an ERP system that is live throughout the month, where they can get instant reporting with the click of a button. So, ladies and gentlemen, join us today so that together we can provide African companies with the tools to do better decision making. Thank you.
Last, but definitely not least, I would like to introduce you to Mwenda from Nairobi, Kenya. Over the last 10 years, Mwenda has obsessed about how to fix agriculture on the African continent. He has worked for one of the leading corporates as well as startups working on this problem. And not only that, having founded and sold an AI machine learning startup myself, I can say with a good level of confidence, he's one of the most brilliant minds we have on the continent in this space. Without further ado, Mwenda from Nairobi.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now.
In 2022, millions of Nigerians faced one of the worst floods across the last decade. Across the last decade. And this is a very big problem because it's actually affected the infrastructure and agricultural ecosystems at scale. And now this problem is not just unique to Nigeria. Actually, Africa's economic systems is largely agricultural-led. 60% of the world's farmlands are found in Africa, and 17% of the GDP of Africa is from agriculture. Yet institutions are unable to lend to farmers. And what is the reason for that? That is because they are unable to price climate risk at scale. And that is because the data is slow, expensive, and inaccurate. Now, I've spent more than 10 years researching for this problem. And what I've seen consistently over and over and over again is the fact that while there is a lot of data available, this data is not structured in a way that makes sense to financial institutions to use to model climate risk at scale. And nobody else is solving for this problem adequately. That is why we founded Agrals. My name is Mwenda, CEO, and I introduce to you Agrals, a platform that enables institutions to price and respond to climate risk at scale, enabling 100x market reach at 70% cheaper. We believe that by enabling businesses to use this technology, they're going to power the financial inclusivity, enable businesses to lend more to farmers and other sectors of the economy, enable them to get insurance and ensure sustainability for the world's 2 billion people. And we've made traction. So far, we've closed more than $6 million in annual recurring revenue, supporting 60,000 farmers and growing that to 500,000 farmers by the end of the year. Now, our North Star goal is to get that to 10 million farmers by the time we reach 2030. So far, we've raised money from incredible investors and angels, approximately $820,000 US dollars. Now, imagine a world whereby you could price climate risk and opportunities in real time, unlocking billions of dollars in value. Imagine a world where you could use Agral's data to understand infrastructure opportunities, energy opportunities, oil and gas opportunities, carbon credit opportunities in real time. That is a future that Argos is building. If this is interesting to you, we welcome you to talk to us a bit more. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you find that to be interesting, please talk to him and talk to all the startup founders if you find anything that they've said to be interesting, and I'm sure that you do. It's easy to talk to them using the investor portal. So if you're an investor, please don't forget the link is in your email. It would be projected on screen again. Scan the QR code, click on the link, use the login credentials that have been provided for you, and set up a one-on-one meeting with the startup founders. You can also set up a virtual meeting. Tomorrow is open, and I hear that a number of investors have been setting up meetings, so there's still much more space for you. Please go ahead and do that. It's great to know that we've already started to do that. Now, I'd like to remind us, ladies and gentlemen, that we're moving into the final panel for today. But after the final panel for today, there's much more coming. I'd like to mention that we have a cocktail that is going to happen afterwards. And that's the opportunity for networking. I've seen a lot of networking happening, a lot of meeting people, exchanging numbers, and those things happening here. There's a segment that is particularly dedicated to that. That's the cocktail segment after the final party. So somebody said you could think of it as the Accelerate After Party. I think that would be a good way to say it. Afterwards, we have that cocktail segment just at the foyer here, where you get to talk to the investors, the startup founders, the stakeholders, the people in the ecosystem who are in this room. It's a good time to network. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. Don't forget that this conversation, this summit, is incomplete without networking. And there's a segment dedicated to that, which we've called the cocktail segment. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the stage for the final panel, the moderator for this segment. I'm talking about none other than Mr. Oji Udezwe. Please, a round of applause for him. He will be joined by the panelists who are connecting virtually. The panelists are the former managing partner at Celesta VC, Mr. Nicholas Broadwhite. Please, a round of applause for him. Mr. Nicholas Broadwhite is joining online. And we also have the CEO, Calendly, Mr. Tokpe Awotona. He's also joining online.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? So we're going to try something different. We have two celebrities in the startup world joining us, actually both from California. And we're going to bring them on in a telecast. And then I'm going to do a fireside chat with them. Now, these two men are very, very accomplished. As you just heard, Nicholas Braithwaite is the founding partner at Celesta VC. They invest in deep tech. And my former boss and friend, Tokpe Awotona, is the CEO of Calendly, which everyone know Calendly at this point, yeah? Everyone want to give that a hand? So I'm going to wait a little bit until we can get the Zoom thing on the screen. Hi, Tope. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
All right. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Can you feel the love in the room, Tope?
Oh, I feel it. I feel it.
Okay, is Nicholas...
How many thousand miles away we are, I feel it. My only disappointment is I can't be there in person.
Well, that's the next batch for sure, like we discussed, and you agreed to. Actually, he didn't agree, I'm just pressuring him.
I like the public pressure.
Yeah, you know how we do. Is Nicholas on yet? No? Okay, so here's what we're going to do in the interest of time. I'm just going to do a quick intro of Tope, and then he's going to do an intro of himself, and then we'll repeat that when Nicholas joins, which will be any second now. So, Tope, let me just, it's funny, I call you Tope just because, of the way it works in the US, and people just can't get it right. But because we're in Lagos, I'm going to call you Tope. Is that okay? Can I do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Baba, so I have to take permission as we do here in Lagos. All right, so the way we're going to do it is I'm going to do a short intro of you, and then you'll take it from there, and you have some of the questions I will ask. So Tope is, he was born, I think, in Lagos. At least he grew up here. And he is the CEO of Calendly. I already said that, so I feel redundant. But I think the most amazing thing is his company has become so successful. Just the epitome of an amazing product, a clear, concise business model, which has turned it into a unicorn in the last few years. I've been so fortunate that I was part of the run-up from when the company was making I don't want to talk about numbers, revenue to the part where, that unicorn valuation came to light. And I think part of what I'm trying to say is that I felt like I was in the trenches with Tope in the growth of the company, and we were friends. So many times in Atlanta, we would go out and eat Naija food just to de-stress. So yeah, I'm so proud of him, and I'm going to turn it over to him right now to just introduce himself, and we'll take it from there. Tope, over to you.
Audrey, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the kind words, and I also appreciate your massive contributions to the success of Calendly. We wouldn't be what we are today without your contributions in the early days. Like I said, I'm excited to be here. My journey to speaking with you today has been really one in which I could have never predicted, but I'm incredibly grateful for. So like Audrey said, I was born in Lagos in 1981, and I left there at age 15 to come to the States to complete my higher education. And really around that time, I just became obsessed with the internet and tech. I eventually went into computer science and business. And then from there, once I graduated college, I went into working for a few large tech companies, IBM, Dell, and then a few startups. And it was during my time at those startups that I just really caught the bug of innovation. And I've just been obsessed with solving problems and serving customers since then. And the Calendly story happened after many failed business ideas, but I was lucky to keep on pushing and not give up, and that led to Calendly, and I learned from those failures as well. And the last 11 years has just been incredible. I could have never imagined the success that we had, but very grateful for it, very honored by it, and I want to continue to do more.
All right, thank you, Tope. I think Nicholas is on. Nicholas, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
All right, thank you. Welcome. I hope it's not too early in California, and thank you for getting up. By the way, 7 a.m. in California, so they're doing us a big favor. So Nicholas is, even in the world of unicorns, is a unicorn. So one of the two things I want to talk about is that he is an ex-operator of Flextronics. Does anyone here know Flextronics? Flextronics is a manufacturer and supply chain company manufacturing hardware, contract hardware for a lot of companies. So a lot of the hardware you make is through Flextronics. But what he is right now is that he's the founding partner at Celesta VC, and they invest in deep tech. A lot of VCs will, try to fund the next Twitter or something, the next thing. He's trying to fund hardware companies, deep AI, machine learning companies, basically companies that will make him very rich, because the harder the problem you solve, the more money you can make probably. So thank you so much, Nick, for being here with us. we've stalked you, we've watched so many things you've said, but maybe you can introduce yourself and a little bit of your founding journey, just a little bit of your founding journey before we start asking questions.
Sure. Well, I've been involved in quite a few, starting quite a few businesses and building Flex, as you mentioned. But I'll talk a little bit more about kind of how I got into the investment business. I started my career as an engineer at Intel and developing processes for making chips. So I'll just say that just to give a little background. And then I left Intel and became the founding member of a semiconductor-related startup. That company was acquired by Flex, and I was asked at that time to become the CTO of Flextronics. And this was in the mid-90s, and I was a relatively young man in my 30s, and didn't know much about being a CTO, but quickly learned and was part of building Flex from 150 million of revenue to 36 billion with 240,000 employees. But my investment story, founding of Celesta, actually started after I left Flex. I ran a semiconductor company, and then around the same time started Riverwood Capital, which was a private equity firm. But I was first introduced to this whole world of investing by my friend Michael Marks, who suggested we should invest in this little tiny startup shoe company called Crocs. And 5 or 6 of us put up $5 million into investing in Crocs, and 4 years later, made $500 million. And that is one of the greatest investments of all times. And it gave me, it introduced me to the world of investing. What I did not know at the time was that these types of opportunities were once in a lifetime, and I had mine at the beginning. So chances of me having another one probably is not so high. But I had an opportunity to join a large PE firm, and I turned that down because, as I told them, I'm an engineer. I like to build things, and so we started Riverwood Capital first, which was a growth equity mid-market technology investment firm, which is doing extremely well. But I like early stage investing. So about 10 years ago, we started what was called at the time WRV, which later on became known as, we changed the name to Celesta. And that was started because I like early stage investment. I like getting involved in ideas and watching ideas turn into businesses and businesses turn into bigger businesses.
Fantastic. I love that Croc story. I wish I'd gotten in on that myself. But okay, fine. We'll do it here with the startups we found here. So, Tope, over to you. I want to ask you the same question. I'll repeat it. We want to make this a little personal. So tell us a little bit about the most dramatic story of mental tests, failures, bad decisions, and grit needed to keep going that you've gone through. Make it personal. We like to, yeah, go for it.
Sure, yeah, and I'm glad you said the most dramatic story, because I don't think we have enough time to cover all the mistakes and bad decisions that I've made over time. But I think it does go. Well, anyway, it goes to show that it's not the number of bad decisions you make. Sometimes it's being able to cut them loose and being able to power on and make a lot more good decisions than you make bad decisions. For me, one of the toughest points in the Calendly journey was really about a year to the Calendly journey, about a year and a half into the Calendly journey. And what happened at that time is that when we launched the product as a 100% free product. And naturally, people adopted the product and they thought it was great. And they give us a lot of feedback, and we just continue to innovate and make the product better. But over time, we needed to begin to monetize because we didn't have we didn't have Nicholas's money, so we needed we needed to find some money and generate revenue from our customers. But the way we roll that out is we introduced a new pricing plan. So we went from 100% free product to a product that had paywalls and into a freemium business model. Long story short, the way we implemented it, we did not grandfather existing customers, and so they were just really irate. And for about a 1 month, 2 month period, You were just getting a lot of customers who were really just frustrated, and at the time, it just felt like the world was ending. And then to compound that, my CTO, my first hire at the time, also decided to resign at the same time. And so it was a combination of, man, like just when it feels like we were getting started, we made a couple of unforced errors, and it just felt like the world was going to end, the company was going to end, and it was a really tough time. But ultimately, what happened is that yes, customers were frustrated. In hindsight, we should have grandfathered the customers who allowed us to grow in the first place. But then there were many more customers who were happy to pay without even complaining at all. And ultimately, it was a blimp in the company's history, but it was very tough at the time. And I think maybe what I've learned since then is when you're going through sort of a tough, tough moment or a tough period, it can feel like an eternity. It can feel like it's never going to end. But with 8-9 years later, it's a funny story to tell now, but at the time, it seemed like the end of the world.
Thank you, thank you. I hope you guys got that. Free product, going to pricing, no grandfathering, lots of complaining users, and it feels like, holy crap, we won't be able to make money, and we panic, and then a CTO leaves. Yes, I totally recognize that look in your eyes, but I'm sure you've gone through way more up to this point. I've seen you go through that. So thanks for that story. Nicholas, what's your scary story of the journey you've been on, if you have any?
Well, I have a lot. As an investor, of course, there are lots of opportunities to talk about decisions you've made as an investor that didn't quite work out. But as an entrepreneur myself, there are also a lot. But I think the example we have that was just given is a fantastic one. And most of the examples you have around missteps in companies sound a little bit like that. So I'll try to take a slightly different approach just to expand the perspective a little bit. So first of all, let me start by saying that the biggest cause of failure in a business is not running out of money. And I want to make that not just as an investor, but as an entrepreneur as well. I've started 8 businesses. Not all of them were independent companies. Some of them were businesses inside of companies. But it is the reason why you run out of money that causes a company to fail. And often running out of money is the result of missteps and poor decisions, such as the example that was just given. And this could lead to loss of competitive positioning, loss of confidence by investors. And so you have to try to figure out how to avoid making mistakes. And oftentimes the way startups should do that is by making sure they build a team and they select investors who bring in necessary experience and what I call intellectual capital to help them anticipate and avoid problems. And so the example I'm going to give you is an example of underestimating the complexity or challenges associated with something that looked relatively simple. So when I was the CTO of Flextronics, and we built a very big company doing very complex products, we were approached by Lego. And Lego asked us to develop some molds to manufacture Lego blocks. And I took a look at a Lego block and thought, how complicated could this be? Like, what's the big deal? So I put a team together to go develop the tooling and all of the processes to do Lego blocks. And because I thought this was a very simple thing, I didn't put my best team on it. I'm not even sure I put a B team on it. I might have put like a C team on it, and very inexperienced people. Like I myself underestimated the complexity, and they did as well. And I can tell you, we completely failed at being able to develop a manufacturing process for doing Lego blocks. And we failed because we did not understand the complexity of Lego. You look at this, it's a simple rectangular shaped thing or square shaped thing with some pegs in it. But when you think about it, this is a very complex product to make because the tolerances associated with doing this has to be so precise. You have to be able to put this thing together in a way that a child could put it together, but then it can't fall apart when you place it down. So the tolerances were very, very tight, were much tighter than anything we had seen that look like that. It just look. We had done tighter tolerances like that, but in things that look like it should have tighter tolerances. This looked like a very simple thing. And so the example I will give here, and I would say that is one of my biggest, I mean, it may not sound like a lot to you, but it was one of my biggest failures. And because this was a big potential business opportunity for Flextronics, and we lost it primarily because of my inability to understand the complexities associated with doing something that looked simple. And, you know, so the message there is, when you jump into anything, you know, make sure you understand what you're getting into and don't underestimate the complexity or the challenges associated with things that may sometimes look simple.
Hey, I love that story because it's so simple. Lego blocks. Shame on you, Nick.
I know, man. And you know, a few years ago, I ran into a Lego executive who made sure he reminded me of that.
That's a really great story. Okay, I'm going to keep ping-ponging just because, not only in location, but on the way it was funded, although some of it might have been scary in the beginning. So what I want to ask both of you, I just know your side of that, is that has inspired me to think about even Accelerate Africa. Because basically one of the things that I think about is that the odds of building a global company from anywhere in the world is basically 10x, especially with AI coming on board. So what does it mean to you to build and innovate for the world from anywhere? What are your thoughts on that thing, that thesis? Can we build things that anyone in the world wants from anywhere or not? And what is the nuances in your mind about that?
I think the answer to that is absolutely. And you don't have to take my words for it. I think you just have to see like exactly what we're doing here today. And really, I think what I think the pandemic it just made more obvious, which is just the dispersion of innovation and talent in technology. It used to be that most of the innovation and big thinking happened and great execution happened in Silicon Valley. It still continues to happen in Silicon Valley, and it's not that Silicon Valley is going away. But I think what you're seeing is that a lot of other places are contributing to that and adding to that. So I think that's very, 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 very exciting. For me, like what's happened with Calendly, started in Atlanta, several thousand miles away from Silicon Valley, like you said. And in the very early days of Calendly, for many, many years, in the beginning of the Calendly story, people would ask me all the time, when are you going to move to San Francisco? When are you going to move to Silicon Valley? Because surely, you're not really a serious company with great ambition unless you move to Silicon Valley. And I think that over time, we were able to prove them right that you don't necessarily need that. But I guess for me, to answer the question directly, I think one of the things I think that's helped is just really the empathy. When I think my background really started in, coming from Nigeria, I think, what I know is that there's just a lot of really, really great talent around the world. I didn't necessarily maybe put any sort of company's location or my background. I think it needs to start from there. And also I think being from Nigeria, I think just gives you a lot of great empathy to think in not just a US centric world, but to think in a very globally centric way. So I think maybe those are the comments I'll add there.
Okay, you heard it here, talent. Think globally yourself. Your ambitions have to be global. Nick, what do you think? What does it mean to you to build for the world from anywhere?
Well, first of all, I think we have to make sure we think about technology companies. I mean, there are different types of technology companies, right? There's deep tech or tech, and then there's tech-enabled. And so when people say something, it makes me, I mean, I've spent my whole life in Silicon Valley, but sometimes I kind of laugh when people say if you're building a technology company, it has to be built in Silicon Valley. That is generally not true. There are certain types of technology companies that are easier to build in a place like Silicon Valley, but it's not a requirement that tech companies have to be built in Silicon Valley. Tech actually enables global businesses anywhere. You have companies like Atlassian in Australia, Globant in Argentina, which we were the lead investor in Globant in Argentina, which became the first tech company in Argentina to go public in the US, and today is in a $7 billion market cap company. You have Minecraft out of Sweden, you have Spotify out of Sweden, you have Grammarly out of Ukraine, Skype out of Estonia. Technology actually is an enabler that can allow global businesses to be built anywhere. So that we have to realize that the developing world, which has largely been ignored by technology businesses, is a very big market with very unique problems and requirements. And I think there's an opportunity to build very large global businesses coming out of places like Africa and others, and India and places like that, that are focusing on solving problems that many tech companies in the US are not trying to solve. But in doing so, we have to realize that technology and technology-enabled businesses must be globally competitive. So when I think of the term innovating for the world, I think, well, first of all, you have to have innovation in order to create differentiation and expand markets and all of those things. But you have to
Silicon Valley, which is where you are, or even internationally, like, is there something fundamental about what is about to happen in venture and in investing because of what is upon us in terms of AI or the cost of money or something more fundamental? Is there a fundamental shift coming?
I don't know that I'm willing to say that there's a fundamental shift coming, but I think we have to realize that there are cycles, and the venture industry and the investment industry in general goes through cycles. Today AI is the hot thing, and everybody is looking to have some kind of AI accelerator, AI-enabled business in their portfolios. But I don't think AI in itself, it's created a buzz and it created opportunities for creating new businesses that can be very, very valuable. But this is not the first time this has happened. This may be the biggest, but it's not the first time. There was a time when in the semiconductor industry when you had microcontrollers and everybody had to have a microcontroller in the device, and every startup was saying they're going to beat the big guys because they have a product that's going to have a microcontroller. And today everything has a microcontroller in it, including your toaster. So you go through some of these things. I think the issues in the VC world today are more complex and nuanced than just looking at AI and stuff. You have a situation, for example, I'll speak primarily from a deep tech perspective because that's what we invest in. When we started Celesta Capital 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago now, we started a firm. We decided to focus on deep tech. And you have to realize that for decades before that, investors were not focused on deep tech. Everyone was focused on software and software-enabled SaaS, enterprise, that type of stuff. And everyone was ignoring the deep tech space. And over the last 10 years or so, we saw a lot of money going into deep tech as a result of some of the successes we've seen there. And now with AI and stuff, you have even more money coming into deep tech. But technology investing is especially things like deep tech is not easy because it's very difficult for generalists, investment firms to invest in this space, I believe, because they're not built to be able to evaluate and anticipate some of the needs of the industry and evaluate the technology capabilities and other things. So people go in and out. But in addition to that, you have a situation today where you have a tough environment to raise money. You have high interest rates, which means that investors could keep their money in less risky investments and make decent returns. You've had a situation over the last decade or so where VC returns have been not as good as some might expect. And then you have wars and other things going on that have people worried about what the future might look like, the near future might look like. So it's just generally a tough environment. You've had cases where a lot of VC investors over the past couple of decades have ignored many of the fundamentals of businesses and poured money into companies to go after market share and ignore operating disciplines around profitability and other things that have led to many investors not having great returns. So there are a whole bunch of things that have affected the VC environment as we see it today. But I don't think just picking on one thing like AI or stuff like that is the right thing. AI is a great opportunity. Unfortunately, everybody is waking up to it right now. We've been investing in AI for the past 6 years. In fact, we've already sold AI companies to some of the big strategics. We sold one company to a large semiconductor company 3 or 4 years ago for $2 billion, an AI company. We sold another company about 1.5 years or 2 years ago for over $1 billion pre-product. And these companies were being bought by larger companies in order to help accelerate the AI development. So, we benefited from making some of these decisions early. And now, we have several companies, including one that was founded by a gentleman whose parents are from Nigeria. And that is one of the most valuable companies in our portfolio today. We invested in that company 5 years ago, I think, 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe even more. And, we initially, with the seed investors, we bought 20% of the company for $3 million. And today that company is valued at over $5 billion.
What's the name of the company?
Samba Nova.
Sorry? Samba. Okay, good. Yeah, I think Iyin was telling me a little bit about that deal. I didn't know about it. That's amazing. Tope, switching over to you, I want to ask you your own personal question. Now, you are, I guess, a hero in Nigeria because you literally are, you're diasporan, but you literally brought up in Lagos, and Canley is such a global company. You've navigated from a prosumer to completely enterprise company at this time. So a couple of things. One is you can comment on the question I asked Nick if you feel passionate about it, which is how will VC change? I know, people keep chasing you around to give you money and you don't always take it. But what is the future of Calendly, right? What is your next trick, if that makes sense? Or you can comment on the VC thing, like how you see that changing from your perspective, because you are someone people want to give money, not someone necessarily who's giving people money, except me. I'd love to hear your perspective. How does the hometown hero do the next thing?
Yeah, so because you give me a little bit of liberty, I'm going to take advantage of that liberty. I want to double back on maybe 2 or 3 questions you asked, which is, how should entrepreneurs be thinking about creating a global business? And I think one important thing to mention there is, even as you think globally, it's important to lean into your local advantages. Because when you're operating outside of the traditional tech hubs, it's very, very easy to think about, well, what are people doing in Silicon Valley? What are they doing in the US? And how can I mirror their playbooks and every single thing that they do? And I think that's important because I think that there's no, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. You want to learn from people who've been there before. But at the same time, I think there are many, many unique advantages that come from not being in the traditional tech hubs. And I think it's important to lean into those. For example, in the case of Calendly, because we were outside Silicon Valley, we were able to build a much more efficient business than our Silicon Valley counterparts were able to build. And really, what that meant for us is, that one, we were able to pass that down to our customers in terms of really making this free product, this incredibly generous free product, and also because we didn't raise a ton of capital because we were outside those tech hubs, and in the early days, it was more difficult to raise capital if you were not in Silicon Valley. It really forced us to listen to our customers intently and maniacally prioritize every single thing that we needed, that we built, which increased the rate at which we were actually able to build delightful software to our customers, because our margin of error was really, really thin because we didn't have boatloads of capital in our bank account. So as you think globally, there are unique advantages that come from being sort of wherever you are, and it's important not to lose sight of those as you sort of mirror some of the things that are done in the traditional tech hubs.
Okay.
So I'll pause there. And sorry, go ahead.
No. So I love that answer. Just to amplify, leading to your local advantages, Atlanta, lower cost bases, able to offer things Silicon Valley companies could not offer, and that created literal competitive advantage. So tell us what your next trick is. What's the next move at Calendly? What's your ambition? What are you going to do? You've gone through multiple cycles to take it to what it is, an enterprise company. So what are you doing next?
Yeah, so if I can connect this to the comment Nick just made, I think software in general is changing. For the last so many years, capital has been really cheap. It's becoming more expensive. I don't think that in any way changes the fact that software is going to continue to eat the world, and there will just be a lot more innovation, globally. But I think what will change is really, I think, the criticality of what entrepreneurs are building. I think it's going to be much more important to build products that are painkillers as opposed to vitamins. It's going to be much more important to build efficient and disciplined companies. Build and grow companies in an efficient and disciplined way. So we're thinking about all those things at Calendly, but in terms of where Calendly is and where we're going, we've been known for the last 11 years as a scheduling product. But if you really step back a little bit and think about what we're doing in that, we are mostly scheduling external meetings for our customers. And the reason we've had so much great success is external meetings and external relationships have an outsized impact on a company's success, right? It's outside of the company's four walls that customers exist, candidates exist, partners exist. And so the ability to connect with those partners efficiently at the height of their interest and really maximize those relationships and those touch points with those customers is really what the problem that Calendly is solving. So as we're thinking about our future, we're moving further up the value chain, if you will. To date, we are mostly operating in the realm of scheduling. We're gradually moving to really solving the meeting problem holistically. So how do we help them make the most out of each interaction with these external stakeholders? How do we make sure that they make it super, super easy to prepare for meetings and really ask the right questions that push the agenda forward? How do we make sure that they follow up effectively? I think AI offers it. Everybody wants to be really prepared for meetings. Everybody wants to follow up effectively. But the reality is it does take a lot of work to do that consistently. And this is where I think AI has a lot of opportunity, is just a very, very important instrument to make that super simple for any and everybody. So we're excited about leveraging that. We're also excited about really helping our customers manage not just scheduling, but really nurture these relationships that drive the success of their business. That's where we are focused from now and into the future.
Wow, I'm excited for you. I'm really excited. We need to talk after this because that inspired me. I was talking a little bit about.
Talk to me.
I was in Paris last week talking about AI and building products related to that because of my time at Typeform, but that just inspired me a bit, privately. So we got to talk about that. So we are close to the end. So I'm going to offer two more. I'm going to ask one question, and hopefully both of you will leave us with a lot of energy to leave. And so the question really is, what is the sharpest advice you would give to founders and builders trying to build a really great company but also change the world? That's the kind of people that we are looking for in the accelerator. You've lived a life of scar tissue at this point. You've done things, you've failed, you've succeeded. Boil it down for us. What's the one thing you would say to these founders? Nick, why don't you kick us off with that?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure there's one thing I could say. as an entrepreneur myself and build big businesses, and now as an investor, there are a number of things, points I'll make, but I'll do them very quickly. First of all, I would say to the entrepreneurs who are listening, first of all, look for big problems to solve. I believe there are lots of big problems to solve, especially, as I mentioned before, in the developing world, the so-called developing world. Build a great team. One of the biggest lessons I learned in my career was the value of the team. When I first became a manager at a young age at Intel, I didn't really understand that. And now I do. And building a great team is absolutely essential to building a great business. Find people who share your vision, partner with people who bring intellectual capital, make sure you have significant domain expertise in the various categories of your business. And don't be afraid to hire people who are much smarter than you are. One of the challenges sometimes you see with some startups, and I've seen it more in developing countries. I'm from the Caribbean myself, and I remember talking to people and asking them, why do you want to do a startup? And often they tell you things like, "But I want to work for myself," or things like that. Those are not the reason you build a business. You build a business because you're trying to solve a big problem. And you have to hire and bring on the people who can help you achieve that goal. And so I would say solve big problems, build great teams, and find people who share your vision, and then make sure you're hiring people who bring significant intellectual capital. Startups only have two major competitive advantages, in my opinion. One is the intellectual capital, or the intellectual density that you have within the startup, meaning you're always going to have less resources than a bigger company, but you have to have a greater density of intellect within your resource pool. And the other one is speed. So then you have to realize that execution, the pace of execution is significantly important. People talk about renewable energy and non-renewable and renewable resources and non-renewable resources. Well, time is probably the most important non-renewable resource. And so you just can't afford to waste time and lose competitive advantages. So I know that's not one thing, but I can't really narrow it down to one thing.
No, it hits home. I feel like I've learned this lesson, but I have to learn it every 2 to 3 years, every 5 years. So I'm sitting here learning that lesson again because you said it. So, Tokwe, you have the final thing here before I say thank you to you for all the great knowledge here. So what's your take on that question? What is your advice?
Yeah, sure. Like in a lot of ways, in a lot of ways, I agree with Nicholas. I think one of the most interesting things about the journey of starting and scaling a company is it's not one thing, it's not two things, it's a number of different things that you have to get right and do really well. And it's a lot of the same cliche advice, really. It's just about really doing those things really well. But anyway, to get down to the specific advice, I say to entrepreneurs, dream big, but start small. It is very, very easy to think about all these, how to become $1 billion revenue company, how to be a unicorn, how to be a decacorn, and all these different things. But I think the most important thing to do is starting small. And I think the one thing that entrepreneurs need to do better than anybody else to be successful is they have to know their customers, the market, and the challenges that customers face, the opportunities to solve them, the most effective solutions better than anybody. Like that is the number one thing that entrepreneurs need to know better than anybody else. And everything sort of springs away from that. If you don't understand the customer really well, if you don't understand if you don't have great empathy for that, everything just sort of becomes really, really difficult. Just maniacal, just like intense understanding of that, and a true commitment to customers and really like solving solutions as opposed to wanting freedom. So that's one. The other is stay hungry. You have to stay really, really hungry. You cannot afford to be complacent. And I think some of the ways to do that really well is just to surround yourself with people who make you want to do more, starting with your customers. Your customers are never, no matter what you do, they always want more, right? Because if you serve your customers really well, they're going to be successful. Their businesses are going to grow, and they're only going to want and need more. And the better you solve sort of like the problem you're solving for them now, the more they will want you to do. And so staying in touch with your customers and just again having your fingers on the pulse of their needs and sort of what they're facing, I think inherently forces you to be really, really, really hungry, because they will always give you more work to do. And then surrounding yourself with other entrepreneurs who are ambitious and who are trying to change the world. And I recommend that entrepreneurs have a number of different types of other entrepreneurs in their network. Those are at similar stages as them, in terms of the company growth cycle, as well as those who are a little bit ahead of them, because you can begin to learn what are the problems I'm going to encounter in a few years from now, and learn from the people who have navigated that really well. I guess maybe on that note, one of the things I consistently hear from a lot of leaders and other entrepreneurs is they feel like whatever phase of business that they're in, when they look back to sort of where they were 2 years ago, they feel like they mastered where they were 2 years ago today. And so that you will always, if you're growing and scaling your company aggressively, you'll always sort of be behind. And the way to stay ahead is to really have great people in your network and leverage them as a resource. And maybe the last two things I'll add is it is incredibly important to have fun. If you're not having fun, it's going to be challenging. It's going to be tough. There are going to be long nights and just tough days. But all in all, you have to have fun. And if you're not having fun, something is really wrong, and you need to look into that. But yeah, you need to be doing something that gives you energy, and it's tough, but you just have fun doing it. And then the last thing I'll say is give back. And really make sure that you are doing the best that you can, not just to solve to serve your customers and create enterprise value for your employees and your shareholders, but you are really making it, creating a platform that makes it easy for people, other entrepreneurs, and to succeed in the future.
All right, you heard it here. You have to start small, but think big. You have to surround yourself with brilliant people, employees in your network. You have to keep having fun, and please try to give back. All of you, when you become super successful, give back to Accelerate Africa, okay? That's what he's really saying. So, Tope, I feel like I learned some of that stuff from you through osmosis or our conversations, late nights or whatever it was. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. All of us, please give them a round of applause. We are completely starstruck by your celebrity, and we are grateful for the time that you've invested here. I hope you have an amazing day, and of course, we'll get back to you with private messages, but thank you very much for your time. All right, hold on. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
We have to take some kind of virtual picture. How does this work? I can stand in front. Okay, there you go. I'm going to stand in front of the screen. Oh, out of the camera view? Someone put me somewhere. Where am I standing? I'm good here? Okay. All right. They're going to take a picture, so stay there. Make them look cute, not me. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. You know, the thing about moderating is that you get everybody to clap for the panelists, but you don't get them to clap for you. So please, let's give Mr. OG a round of applause for moderating the Fireside chat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of all the words that we've described, of all the words we've said to describe today, I would say I would choose power-packed at this moment. It has truly been power-packed. It has truly been insightful, amazing, and it's been such an honor to host the 2024 Future Africa Investor Summit and Accelerate Africa Demo Day. My name is Temi Badru. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the vote of thanks. But before I invite for the vote of thanks Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji, I'd like to remind you that when we close, that's not the end. There's so much more happening. There's the cocktail that gives you opportunity to network. Don't be in a hurry to leave. You want to stay back. You want to enjoy good music, good food, beautiful company of people. Networking is always such an important part of every event. So please join me as I welcome to the stage for the vote of thanks, Mr. Iyinoluwa Aboyeji. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody who has been here. I'm so grateful. However, I feel wholly inadequate to do this because there's one person who, quite frankly, I mean, everybody has pulled in a lot to get this done. But the magic that you see here, where's Chinyere? She doesn't get to hide. She likes to be in the background, but we will wait until she comes. Please, everybody, let's stand up. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. There you go. Now you give the vote of thanks.
So it's been a long time, right? It's been a couple of months. We've gotten to spend an incredible amount of time with these founders. And the transformation that we've witnessed is not just them, but also for us. This is the first time that we're hosting this kind of a program. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So it's not possible, right, without many, many people coming together and actually making this happen. I'd like to thank our partners, Prosper Africa. I think we have Toyin in the room. Is she here? Yes, Prosper Africa, Prosper Africa. There she is, she's right there. Yes. And also anybody. So we have several partners that we worked with to make this happen. We have a lot of people to thank. There are so many people that we could thank. We'd be here all day. But you get to spend some time with each other, connect. A lot of investors are in the room. A lot of founders are in the room. Spend the next couple of hours connecting with one another. We hope to get these funded. That is the goal. That is the reason that we're here. Spend time with each other. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. One thing that we want to do is bring up our Accelerate Africa team. Please give them a round of applause. Accelerate Africa team. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Yes? Yes. All right, next, let's bring the advisors up on stage, please. The advisors, yes. The advisors have been a critical part of our ability to actually run this program. We've had advisors across many different pillars that are supporting us. So all of our advisors, please come up on stage. And then our founders. What would this program be if we didn't actually have the founders? 750 plus applications over a 4-week period. We selected 10. So please bring the founders up on stage as well. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah. Amazing. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. And then a big thank you to all of our Fireside Chat guests. A big thank you to all of our panelists that are here today. Again, it takes a village to do what we're looking to do. So a huge thank you to everybody who's been a part of this. Have fun, enjoy the cocktail hour. We'll see you next cohort. Yes.
In the future, revival is here. I can see the whole world worshiping the was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Leads me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up